Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to a special Planning Council meeting of July the 14th, 2026. Attendance has been taken. Councillor Haley's coming in right now. And Councillor Coleman said he's going to be in his truck for the first half hour of the meeting, and when he lands, he will come in, if he can find a parking spot. Councillor Haley. Take your time. Councillor Haley's going to do the land acknowledgement when she gets organized. Yeah.
As we gather, we acknowledge that we meet on the lands and the territory of the Mississaugas of the Credit First Nation, Six Nations of the Grand River, and the traditional territory of the Adiwandarung. We remind ourselves that the County of Brant is situated on lands that are full of rich Indigenous history and home to many First Nations, Inuit, and Métis people today. We recognize the significance of their contributions to the past, present, and future of this land. As a county, we have a shared responsibility for the stewardship of the land on which we live and work, and a commitment to the truth and reconciliation calls for action. We commit to continue learning, reflecting on our past, and working in allyship.
Thanks, Councillor Haley. The next thing we have in front of us is we have an agenda with an addendum. Does anyone else want to add anything to the agenda, noting that there is an addendum already? Seeing none, Councillor Kyle.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Miller that the County of Brant Council agenda and addendum of July 14th, 2026 be approved.
Are there any questions before we call the vote on the agenda or the addendum? Seeing none, all those in favor? Opposed and carried, thank you. Number 4 on the agenda is our declaration of pecuniary interest. Does anyone have any that are obvious right now? If one pops up, please let me be the first to know. We'll go on to number 5, please, which is delegations, petitions, and presentations. We don't have any. And we're going to go then right on to number 6, which is the adoption of the minutes from the previous meeting, the meeting of June the 9th. Are there any questions about the Councillor Haley?
Through you, number 17, so that's noted correctly. I just wanted to, is that noted correctly the way I voted? I didn't 6226.
You're wondering whether the vote was captured?
Yeah, I'm just wondering, because for all three, I don't, yeah, that was my intention.
Okay.
Through your worship, can you please repeat the item number?
Yeah, it just says at the beginning of 17, Councillor Haley noted their opposition to bylaw number 62-26. And so would that hold for all three of the readings?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions about the adoption of the minutes from June the 9th? Seeing none, Councillor Oakley.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor House, that the County of Brant Council meetings of June 9th, 2026 be approved.
Thank you. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Consent items, we don't have any. Consent items we received, we don't have any. Oh, sorry, Councillor Miller.
Mr. Mayor, you skipped over number 7, business arising from the minutes. And I was going to bring something up. At this meeting, I was under the impression that we were going to get a report on the Carver housing application, and we don't have one, so I'm just asking if we're going to see that.
Alicia?
Through your worship to Councillor Miller, yes, we were originally intending to bring something back. However, Andrea, the Director of Environmental Services, is away right now, and her information with respect to the hydrogeological component of that application is critical. Planning's not able to answer some of those more technical questions, and so the plan at this point is to bring that back to A&O. There was some discussion earlier as to whether it might not be more appropriate for it to come back as a Friday file, just so that council can review the information rather than it being seen for the first time in a public format. However, that would be at council's discretion.
Alicia?
I look forward to it.
How long has she gone for?
She will be at A&O next week.
so we'll get it as soon as we can. Any other business arising? Seeing none, we'll move to number 9.1, which is a public hearing regarding 290 Mulligan Road. I'm going to call this public meeting open. When you came in the door there's a podium, and on the podium there are sheets. So if there's any of the issues or any of the public hearings that you want to follow, anything that comes up after this meeting, if you sign that paper on the podium with your name and your email, we'll keep you apprised on anything that's happening so that you'll always be kept in the loop. So please do that if you want to be informed as to what happens after today. Okay, so this is a public meeting, which means everyone in the room has an opportunity to speak if they want to. And with that, I'm going to call the public meeting open, and I'm going to call on Roxy to speak on behalf of the applicant. Is everyone's screen turned on? Yeah. Ella, are you on? Is Ella on? Yeah.
Well, hello. Sorry for that. Good afternoon, everyone. I'll be presenting Fisher Plan Amendment Application OPA 2-26-RF and Zoning Bylaw Amendment Application ZBA 16-26-RF related to a surplus farm dwelling severance at 290 Mulligan Road. These applications are proposing site-specific official plan policies and to establish site-specific zoning to facilitate the proposed severance. The applicants are Brooke Burlock on behalf of Joey Furnett, who I believe are here this evening. These applications are to be received as information only at this time. The subject lands are located east of Mulligan Road with a frontage of 303 meters along Baptist Church Road and 975 meters along Mulligan Road, with an area of approximately 40 hectares. Currently, the lands contain one existing single detached dwelling and a detached garage. The surrounding area consists of primarily farmland and natural heritage on all sides. The subject lands are serviced by private water and sewer. Here's just an aerial view of the property. Picture 1 shows the entire parcel, including the approximate location of the severed lot in red. And picture 2 is simply just provides a closer view of the proposed lot. The subject lands are designated as agriculture and natural heritage system within the official plan and are zoned agricultural A and natural heritage NH within the current zoning bylaw 6116. In order to facilitate the proposed surplus farm dwelling severance, both an official plan amendment and a zoning bylaw amendment are required. The official plan amendment proposes to permit site-specific policy with a maximum lot area of 1.9 hectares, whereas the maximum lot area permitted is 1.0 hectares. The zoning bylaw amendment proposes to permit site-specific agricultural zoning provisions to support the severance itself, including the increased lot area, and prohibit a future dwelling on the retained agricultural lands. Staff are continuing to review the proposal and to work with the applicant, and depending on the outcome of the review, additional site-specific relief may be required for to address the final lot configuration. The provincial planning statement allows for one surplus farm dwelling severance as part of a farm consolidation, provided the new lot is limited to a minimum size to accommodate the use and servicing needs, and to ensure new dwellings are prohibited on the remnant parcel of farmland created by the severance. The official plan builds on these policies by setting more specific requirements, including the maximum lot area and considerations related to the lot configuration. This slide shows the site plan submitted by the applicant, including the existing dwelling, the detached garage, the septic system, and other features located within the proposed severed lot. The County of Brant official plan permits a surplus farm dwelling severance when it results from a farm consolidation. The purpose of these policies is to allow a dwelling that is no longer needed for the farming operation to be separated from the farmland, while ensuring the remaining agricultural lands continue to be protected and used for farming. To qualify, the retained lands must be added to an existing farming operation owned by a bona fide farmer. The policies also require that no residential severance has occurred from the property since January 1st, 1999, and that the dwelling is no longer needed for the farming operation as a result of farm consolidation. The dwelling must also have been built at least 15 years ago or have replaced the dwelling that was at least 15 years old. The retained lands must also meet certain requirements. They must be at least 19 hectares in size, unless they are being added to a neighboring farm operation. The lands must be transferred to a bona fide farmer or have a legally binding agreement of purchase and sale in place before the consent application is submitted. As part of the severance, a new dwelling cannot be built on the retained lands, and the proposal must also meet minimum distance separation requirements to avoid impacts on existing farm operations. The official plan also includes requirements for the severed lot. Generally, a surplus farm dwelling lot should only be large enough to accommodate the existing use, driveway, and private services, and the permitted lot area ranges from 0.4 to 1.0 hectares. The severed lot must also have a minimum frontage of 20 meters and be compatible with the surrounding established lot fabric. The policies also require that the lands containing the surplus dwelling have been owned by a bona fide farming operator for at least 3 years. As proposed, the lot configuration appears to be a regular lot shape. However, staff are still reviewing the application, and the lot configuration may change as the review progresses. To facilitate the proposed severance, a related zoning bylaw amendment has also been submitted. The amendment would establish the site-specific zoning needed to support the severance for the increased lot area, prohibit the future dwelling on the remnant parcel, and address any site-specific lot configuration requirements if necessary. As noted earlier, the official plan encourages lot configurations that are compatible with the surrounding area. The images on this slide show that the proposed lot boundaries generally follow the existing features and visible property delineations and create a regular lot shape. This slide highlights additional considerations related to the proposed severance. The first image shows the subject property outlined in blue, with the natural heritage features shown in green, while the vegetation protection zone buffer surrounds these features in black. As illustrated, these features are located outside of the proposed severed parcel, which is shown in red, and will remain with the retained agricultural lands. The second image also shows the subject property outlined in blue with soil classifications, which consist primarily of Class 3 soils, shown in beige, and Class 4 soils in yellow. This application has been reviewed and circulated to relevant commenting agencies as well as to property owners within a 120-meter radius. No public comments have been received to date. In conclusion, the applications before council today relate to a proposed surplus farm dwelling severance at 290 Mulligan Road. The applicant's intent is to satisfy the applicable surplus farm dwelling policies but is seeking site-specific relief for the increased size of the proposed severed parcel. To facilitate the proposal, the official plan amendment would establish site-specific policy permitting a maximum lot area of 1.9 hectares. The zoning bylaw amendment would establish site-specific zoning provisions to support the severance, including the increased lot area, and prohibit future dwelling on the retained farmland. Staff are continuing to review the proposal, which may result in changes to the proposed lot configuration. The creation of the new lot would be considered separately through applicable consent process. At this time, the applications are being presented to council for information only. This concludes my presentation. I'm here to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Can I get this put on the floor so we can talk about it? Councillor Pearson, Councillor House, thank you. Okay, is there anyone in the room that wants to come and speak to or against this application? Mr. Swanson, come on up. And if you could just give us your name, please, and your address for the clerk.
David Swanson, 384 Robinson Road.
Thank you.
All right. In the spirit of housing, I really like the promotion of severing lots. That was very popular in 2022, especially if they get to add another dwelling, because the new properties, especially in the rural landscape, increase property tax revenue for us in the county. And since we're on wells and septic, they don't require sewers and water main upgrades, as we know. Can be time-consuming, maybe a little over schedule. But anyway, the plows and garbage trucks are already making passes along there, so anything that promotes the severance of lots, and if they want to build a dwelling on it at one point or another, in the spirit of the rural lot size, I think that's a step we should proceed with. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Swanson. Is there any questions for the presenter? No? Anyone else in the room want to come and speak to or against this application? I'll ask for a second time. Is there anyone in the room that wants to speak to or against this application? I'll ask for the third and final time. Is there anyone in the room that wants to speak to or against this application? Seeing none, we'll call this part of the meeting closed. And I will ask council, you have recommendation in front of you. It's to be received as information only. Councillor Miller, you're first.
Yeah, a question for the planner, if I could.
Yep.
I wanted to ask, looking at our official plan, if a severance happened before January 1st, 1999, it looks like it doesn't factor into our policy at all, correct?
Through the mayor, yes, that is correct.
Do we know when the severance happened on this property? Did you look into that?
Through the mayor, I am not certain when the severance happened before, but I can look into it and bring it back.
Okay, I thought you would have done that for this report. I wanted to ask, has anybody from staff been out there to ascertain that 1.9 hectares is required?
Through the mayor to council member, site visit has not been done yet, but we have received information of what the lands look like at this time, and it looks like there is a lot of values, and that will definitely be accounted into the review for the recommendation.
Okay, it just, yeah, 1.9 hectares is very close to 5 acres. So it does seem like a large chunk of farmland to take out, and that's, I think it's worth a site visit, so thank you.
Councillor Chambers?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to staff, I'm just wondering, this is a public hearing to receive information, and a decision will be made, I would expect, in the September meeting. And I'm just wondering how this will walk its way through the transition process from the present system to the community planning permit system. If that, will this be affected? How will the process be?
Through the mayor to council member, the proposal itself is not going to change, but if the CPPS does come into effect before the application is finalized, the application would transition to the new framework, and staff would continue to evaluate the proposal against the applicable agricultural policies and bring it toward recommendation once the review is complete.
So there will be a recommendation from staff coming at some point, and the council will be making the decision, and it will not be a delegated decision, if I understand that correctly.
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Through the mayor.
Councillor Pierce, you're next.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I was going to ask in regards to the additional acreage there as well, the 1.98. In looking at the diagram, is it just a case because the houses are set back, the house is set back so far that they require that additional in order to incorporate the existing dwellings?
Through the mayor to council member, I would like to delegate that question to the applicant that's here, and they can better provide as to why they require that much area.
Could you just give us your name, please, and who you represent?
Yeah, am I able to pull up the slides? Oh, great. Good evening, Mayor, members of council. My name is Brooke Burlock. I'm a planner with Selinka Priamo Limited. We have been retained for the official plan and zoning bylaw amendment applications on behalf of the owner for this site. So I know the council had a couple questions, so I'm just going to quickly jump into my presentation, and hopefully that answers some the questions that have been brought forward. And if there's any other questions or comments, I'll be happy to address them. So as Roxy mentioned, the subject lands are located southeast of the intersection of Mulligan Road and Baptist Church Road. So there's frontages on both streets. The subject lands are currently developed with an existing dwelling, accessory garage, which are both accessed from Mulligan Road. The existing dwelling was constructed around 2023, replacing the previous original farmhouse dwelling. The landowner had originally intended and applied for permits to renovate that existing farmhouse dwelling, but given the conditions, it was not feasible. So the existing dwelling and garage has since replaced that previous farmhouse dwelling and barn. The remaining area of the site is over 38 hectares in area and is used for crop cultivation. There is one agricultural access on Baptist Church Road and then 4 along Mulligan Road. So as staff mentioned, an official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment are required to facilitate the severance of the surplus farm dwelling. So the severed parcel shown in yellow is approximately 1.98 hectares in area and includes the existing surplus farm dwelling, garage, septic bed, well, and the lands around it are considered not feasible for agricultural uses, which I'll get into detail further into the presentation. And then the retained parcel is approximately 38.22 hectares shown in the green area. And that includes all the land currently used for agricultural uses and is intended to be consolidated with an existing farming operation within the area. So as staff mentioned, an OPA is required to increase the maximum permitted severed lot area to 1.98 hectares. And there's also a zoning bylaw amendment rezoning the retained property to prohibit residential uses, and also technical amendments to the surplus farm dwelling provisions, as the current zoning provisions related to surplus farm dwelling are not consistent with the current official plan. So there's just some additional technical amendments required. So here on the screen is a bit of a blown up image of the proposed severed lot and some of the constraints that are surrounding the existing dwelling, garage and septic bed. So the proposed parcel configuration and area, the specific lot size area, is based on the existing topography, drainage patterns, and established site conditions. So rather than creating an arbitrary lot shape and area, the proposed boundaries recognize the portions of the property that are already constrained and not functioning as productive agricultural lands. The proposed severance simply formalizes the existing delineation between the established residential use and the surrounding agricultural uses along the other portions of the property. So just going into detail, so just north of the northern portion of the subject lands, and as you can see, there's Mulligan Road on the left side of your screen and Baptist Church on the top of the screen. This contains GRCA regulated areas, valley lands, watercourse features, and is used for agricultural purposes. So all of this area is to remain as is and is not going to be within the severed lot. It's going to essentially remain as is, and nothing's changing with that northern portion of the site. And then looking here, this is east of the existing dwelling. So the lands immediately east of the dwelling are not feasible for agriculture or cultivation due to the existing topography. So as shown on the photographs, as we're traveling east from Mulligan Road, east of that existing dwelling, the grade is rising dramatically, and it really creates a pronounced crest that agricultural equipment cannot safely or practically traverse over. And so as a result, this area has not been cultivated by the existing agricultural operation, and the operation that's intending to purchase the severed lot is not planning on using this area due to it not being feasible. And so as you can see kind of in this photo, like as we're traveling east, you can the existing dwelling almost disappears from view because of how high that crest is. And here on the following photo, you can really see the difference between the area that's not being used for agricultural uses to your left and the area that is being used for agricultural uses, that large grade difference. And then just south of the existing dwelling is the existing septic system. So this was installed a few years ago when the existing dwelling was constructed. Its location was determined based on the site's grading, drainage, and topography again, and it was determined by the county through the building permit process. So the septic bed requires a sufficient area for future maintenance and cannot accommodate regular agricultural operations on top of it or within the immediate area surrounding it. And it cannot accommodate heavy farming equipment, traveling nearby. So the current farming operation, and again, the future farming operation that would be purchasing the severed lands, has chosen not to farm anywhere near that septic bed because they don't want to disrupt and potentially impact that existing septic bed. And then we also note that as part of our planning justification report, staff had requested that we review the possibility of relocating this septic bed that is within 3 years old, but it was not feasible to relocate it given that the lands are heavily constrained, as I mentioned just a couple minutes ago in my presentation. And it's our understanding that the owner went through a pretty thorough process with the County of Brant staff and GRCA staff to find a location for this septic bed. And this was really the only feasible location outside of the GRCA regulated area for it. And this was determined through the previous building permit process. And then next is the west of the existing dwelling. And so as you can see on the slide here, the westerly portion of the proposed severed lands contains several existing drainage swales that extend through the front yard of the dwelling, and it directs surface runoff towards the roadside ditch along Mulligan Road. So these swales are creating low-lying, wetter conditions, and there's also noticeable grade changes within this area that further limits the ability for the existing farming operations to cultivate this land. So collectively, these drainage features further limit the ability for the existing farming operation to use this land for agricultural cultivation, and it's not feasible. And again, here's just another photo of the front yard. And so these constraints mentioned are consistent with the Canadian Land Inventory soil classification and the drainage map. So consistent with staff's presentation, the severed lands are designated Class 4 and Class 3 soils, but it's important to highlight these subclass soils that affect the severed parcel. So shown in yellow is the Class 4T soils, and these are considered to have severe limitations that restrict the range of crops that can feasibly be cultivated and require careful management. So the primary limitation relates to topographic constraints, which is consistent with the site visit and the photos that I just previously showed related to the GRCA regulated areas of the north of the site and then the east of the site. And the next shown in gray would be the Class 3W soils and the Class 3D soils. So the Class 3W soils are considered to have moderately severe limitations that restrict the range of crops that can be cultivated. The primary limitation relates to excess water conditions, poor drainage, and a high water table. And the Class 3D soils are considered, again, moderately severe limited. And this is related to restriction of root presentation and water movement of the soil profile. So again, kind of consistent with the site visit and the existing conditions. And next is just the agricultural drainage map, demonstrating that the entire site is considered to have poor drainage. And then again, just to reiterate, so we know that the current farming operation, again, has chosen not to cultivate these areas that are being included within the severed parcel. And the farming operation that's intended to purchase the severed land, again, is not interested in farming this area due to all of these constraints. So overall, the proposed parcel configuration, again, is not an arbitrary decision. It reflects the existing site conditions in the area that is not being functioned for agricultural purposes. The boundaries have taken into consideration the natural heritage features, the existing septic tank, the existing topographic and drainage patterns, and again, while limiting the severance to lands that are not feasible to agricultural uses. So as part of the official plan and zoning bylaw amendment application, an agricultural impact assessment was prepared. It was completed in accordance with the PPS 2024, the OMAFA guidelines, and the County of Brant terms of reference. So again, the severed lands are not actively farmed and are not viable for future agricultural uses. The retained lands will remain in agricultural production and are proposed to be consolidated with the nearby farming operation. The proposal complies with the minimum distance separation requirements. And again, there's no anticipated impacts to the surrounding agricultural operations or infrastructure. So in summary, the proposal is consistent with the PPS. Pending approval of the official plan amendment, it would conform with the County of Brant official plan. It does conform with the other surplus farm dwelling policies. It supports the continued use and protection of agricultural lands while facilitating farm consolidation and avoiding fragmentation of agricultural lands. Overall, it represents good land use planning, and hopefully that answered some of Council's questions, but I'm also available to answer any more questions.
Thank you. Councillor Pierce?
I think it answered my question in the sense that they require that much due to where things are located on the property. So I'm good with that. Thank you.
Good. Any other questions? Councillor Haley?
Thank you. I wonder if we could see the agricultural impact assessment, and I wonder who did that.
Through you, Mayor, to Councillor. So our firm's Linca Priamo did prepare the agricultural impact assessment. It was submitted to county staff, so maybe I'll leave that to Roxy to circulate that report.
Any other questions? Councillor Kyle?
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Through you to either presenter or staff. Can you just confirm where the septic bed is? I noted that there's appears to be two different locations in our package. We've got one that kind of shows that map that you'd shown us, which looks quite close to the house. And then we have another one that shows that it's being bisected by the proposed lot line.
Through the mayor to you, Councillor, I believe that one presentation slide that staff showed was an error. So the actual septic bed is closer to the dwelling, but on the severed or the severance sketch, it kind of demonstrates all the infrastructure surrounding it. But I do believe that one that you are referencing was an error.
Any other questions? It's on the floor. It has a seconder. This is just to receive his information today. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. Thank you. Which takes us to number 10. On the agenda, which is 40 Curtis Ave North. Ryan, you're going to start us out. I will declare this public meeting open. I do have a couple of registered speakers, which just means that they go first, and then it's still going to be open to the public for any of your comments. So. And when I say comments, I don't only mean comments, I mean questions. If you're not sure of anything. The other day, I asked people to speak to something, and I didn't say questions, and then later, they had a question, I couldn't let them speak. So when you do get your turn to come up, it's to do with anything that's on your mind, whether it's a question or a concern. Thank you. Brian?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This presentation relates to application ZBA 326RC for 40 Curtis Avenue North in Paris from Zelenka Priama Limited on behalf of DCH Group, Inc. The subject lands are currently used for industrial and ancillary office purposes. So the lands are located on the north side of Curtis Avenue North. The subject lands have a frontage of approximately 46 meters on Curtis Ave and an area of approximately 0.6 hectares or 1.48 acres. The subject lands are designated in the county's official plan as general employment. The intent of the general employment designation in the 2023 OP is to accommodate a range of employment uses, including light and heavy industry, as well as business industrial uses based on appropriate servicing availability. The subject lands are also located within the primary urban settlement area of Paris. The subject lands are currently zoned heavy industrial M3. The intent of the heavy industrial M3 zone is to allow for uses which would pose potential conflict with more sensitive land uses. This zone permits a range of industrial uses, including manufacturing, automotive repair, food and chemical processing, and transport truck terminals. The application in front of us this afternoon is a zoning bylaw amendment. The proposal entails a rezoning of the subject lands from heavy industrial M3 to special exception heavy industrial M335 to permit a hydrovac slurry processing facility as defined in the proposed zoning bylaw amendment at the rear of the property. This type of use is not currently permitted within the heavy industrial M3 zone, and therefore a zoning bylaw amendment is required. It is noted that a future site plan control application would be required should this application be approved. Been a number of comments and questions and concerns raised by members of the public to date. I've addressed them in my report, but namely to do with noise, and I can confirm a noise study was submitted and accepted by the county's peer review services, as well as dust. I think the applicant is present, the owner is present, and I think it'd be good for them to speak to their process, but it is inherently a wet process, and so from staff's perspective, dust in particular is not a large concern. Traffic as well, minimal traffic. I believe it's in the range of 20 trucks a day is anticipated, and our engineering folks didn't have any concerns in that regard. And lastly, the big one I think was potential for contaminated soil and products to be brought to the site. And again, I'll ask the owner and applicant to speak to this, but is county's understanding that there will be no contaminated soil to be processed at this site. That concludes my presentation. Staff is recommending that this application be approved, and I'd be happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Can I get it put on the floor, please, Councillor Howes and Councillor Oakley? Thank you. Is the applicant here to speak to the? Yep, come on up. Hi. Just your name, please, and who you represent. Do you have a presentation?
Yes, I do. I'm just opening that up.
Okay.
Yeah. Excellent. So, good afternoon, Mr. Chair, council members, city staff, public attendees. My name is Daniele Siqueleiro Elsenbruch, and I am a planner with Zelenka Priamo, and together with my colleague Matt Campbell and the property owner Matt Descharme, we are pleased to present the ZBA application for 40 Curtis Avenue North. Firstly, I would like to thank county staff for their work on this file. We have carefully reviewed the staff report, and we welcome the approval recommendation. Let me just, In terms of the subject lands, it's designated as general employment, as mentioned by Ryan. It's zoned as M3 zone. And it's important to highlight that the intent for M3 zone is to have most noxious industries in this location that will generate significant noise, odor, dust, vibration, and even heavy truck traffic. It's also important to highlight that the 2024 PPS states that all employment areas shall be protected and for long-term employment use. In terms of the application overview, the problem here is the proposed development is not a defined use in the zoning bylaw. So the application, first of all, is asking to include a definition in the zoning bylaw. And because the definition does not exist, it's not permitted in the M3 zone and even in any other zones. And because it's an industrial use, so it's appropriate for the M3 zone. And then we are just asking to include a new definition in the zoning bylaw and to permit this proposed use at the subject lands. In terms of the plan for these lands, there is an existing building in the front portion of the subject lands. The building is proposed to be maintained as is, no changes are proposed there. There is a fence just dividing the front portion to the rear portion. That fence is going to be maintained. And the proposed hydrovac slurry facility is proposed to be located at the rear yard. In terms of the proposed development, what's being proposed here mostly comprises a covered slurry dewatering and material recovery system. And here there is just a picture for your better understanding on what's being proposed. You can see it's a very small equipment. This is proposed to be installed at the very rear portion of the lands. It will have approximately 13 to 14 meters setback to the northerly side yard. And here, this location is proposed to be totally covered. It's to be enclosed. The system enclosure will consist of poor concrete walls. It will be roughly 10 feet above ground. And with doors in the front, just to access the screened material that will be processed, and then it will be recovered. A steel-clad structure will fully enclose the equipment on top of that 10-foot wall. And the roof will have an opening door just to allow to have loading materials there. In terms of the material to be recovered, the soil material, it's proposed to be piled, stored temporarily at this location here where you can see. Maybe it's hard to see, but this is the proposed enclosure for this location. And this is a waterproof coverage. It's mainly comprised of a 3-layer galvanized steel frame structure with a triple-layer ripstop PVC cover. And there will be roll-up doors on both ends. Again, this is a waterproof coverage, and that's something that through the ECA process, the environmental compliance approval, this is something that will be required, that all the material, the soil material recovered, to be covered and not in contact with any potential rain or any potential water spill. In terms of the comments, we have carefully reviewed every single comment provided, and we would like just to address the concerns raised. So first of all, this development must obtain the environmental compliance approval. It's something that the ministry will not issue the permit unless it can be proved that it will operate without causing any adverse effects. In terms of what's going to be included in the permit, there will be mandatory terms and conditions that the facility must follow. It will include emission limits, operational requirements, and always to prevent any contaminants in the soil, groundwater, or even any matter regarding noise, dust, or any other environmental concerns. In addition to that, the ministry has also established the D6 Industrial Land Use Compatibility Guideline. It's basically a study that is prepared to determine the classification of the proposed use, because it's an industrial use and has to be determined if it's class 1, 2, or 3. Being class 1, the lower potential for any impacts, and 3, the greater impact to surrounding uses. We have completed the D6 analysis and determined that the proposed development is a class 2 industrial facility. And what it does actually means? It means that the proposed development may have a potential influence area of approximately 300 meters. So you can see that the greater line is the 300 meters, and potential impacts will include some residential uses, and that means that all the surrounding area within that 300 meters may have impacts in terms of noise or even dust, if any. So this is just a guideline the ministry determines, and that's the approximate area that have potential of impact. In terms of minimum separation, we have to provide a minimum of 70 meters to sensitive uses. And here you can also see that difference between the 300 meters and 70 meters. In addition to that, we have a look at each criteria that is used to determine a class 2 for this facility. First of all, we have to look at the noise. So the sources here for noise would be trucks coming to the site and the operation itself. That includes the dewatering system, the loader, and skid steer. We have also retained actually a consultant to complete the noise study. And as mentioned by Ryan, it has been peer-reviewed by a peer reviewer. No comments have been provided. They have accepted that. And just summarizing what has been completed in terms of the noise study. So the consultant considered the 3 most potential impacted sensitive receptors, and those are residential uses along this location. So the 3 closest properties have been considered as the most potential to receive impact. Secondly, they've considered the worst case scenario here. And the worst case scenario is all the operation is outdoor, no coverage at all, and considering that everything is going to be operated simultaneously, continuously. So trucks coming in, 6 trucks per hour, which is something that is not going to happen. It will be the operation itself, the system itself operating, the truck is coming in, going out, and even all the other equipment associated with the operation operating simultaneously. And it has been concluded that the proposed use complies with provincial noise requirements, with no requirement for any measurement. But it's important to highlight that's the worst case scenario. And what we are proposing here is actually a better scenario, because the equipment itself that covers approximately 45 square meters will be covered. It will be fully enclosed. So it's expected that any potential of noise from the equipment is actually less than analyzed in the noise study. In terms of dust and odor, so for dust, as Ryan mentioned, we can confirm it's a wet processing. So you can imagine that sand, soil, all water are going to be received. It's a wet material. It's going to be loaded to the equipment, and again, no dust is expected. In terms of the material to be screened from the equipment, it's going to be stored in the piling area. That's also covered, but there will be some sort of humidity on that material. So it's not expected to have a dust. Basically, minimum, virtually no fugitive dust will be generated during the operation. In terms of materials to be received, we confirm no contaminated materials will be received. And how can we guarantee? Because the ministry requires that all the materials to be received must be tested before the process starts. So they will be testing the materials. Let's say, oh, it's contaminated. We got the results, it's contaminated. They cannot be processed in the site. They have to be removed and brought to another processing facility that receives waste. But again, this is not expected to occur because basically they will be getting materials from front yards where there will be installations of operations that is not associated with contaminated sites. Another criteria that has to be evaluated is in terms of vibration. So the system incorporates a screen separation equipment that is mounted on engineering vibration isolation supports. In summary, basically, it's a equipment that has its own engineer equipment that is to maintain and generate any vibration only in the equipment. So it's not expected to have any perceptible off-site ground borne. In terms of scale, it's very clear. It's a very, very small scale. In terms of process, again, it's a wet processing, a very low probability of emissions and a minimum to negligible disturbances. The operation is expected to occur during daytime, commercial hours, and the volume of about 10 to 20 trucks per day, which is considered a very low to moderate traffic intensity for an employment area. In terms of key considerations, first of all, the ZBA application is consistent with the applicable policies of the PPS 2024. It confirms with the applicable policies of the County OP, maintains the intent and purpose of the county zoning bylaw. The proposed development plays a crucial role in the sustainable management of known hazards hydrovac excavation and slurry that basically consists of water, sand, soil, and aggregate. It will efficiently separate soil and water and repurpose them. The noise study concluded that the predicted sound emission levels comply with the ministry's assessment criteria for all points of reception. And it's important to highlight again, the study was based on the worst case scenario, but here we are actually seeing that the proposed is an enclosed equipment, and it's actually to have lower levels of emissions than the one that was considered in the noise study. The proposed development is also subject to strict provincial environmental controls and will obtain the environmental compliance approval. And finally, it's our professional opinion and staff's opinion that the proposed development is appropriate and desirable for the subject lands and represents good land use planning. So here we are. If you have any questions, we would be happy to answer them. And I would also like to emphasize that we have here the environmental consultant, that he's joining us online. He's also available to answer any questions regarding the ECA process, that is the environmental compliance process. And we are all available to answer any questions.
Thank you. The reason we let you go a little bit over your time too is because I think we need to get it out there exactly all the details we can, because a lot of people have no idea what you're doing and how big the machinery is and how loud it is. And where did you say the closest one was that was operating that we could go and see?
Would you like to answer that?
Yeah, I'm Matt Ducharme, property owner at 40 Curtis Ave. You can go to London, Ontario, or Hamilton, Red Hill and Dartnell Road.
Good. Can you send both those addresses to the clerk for me?
Yep.
Thank you. Thank you. We're going to open it up to the floor first. Is there anyone in the room that wants to, oh, you're first, Mr. Ted, come on. Robin? The privilege of registering is what you're witnessing now. You want to just give us your name, please, and your address?
It's Robin and Ted Horsfall from 50 Curtis Ave North. I'd like to thank you folks, Mayor and councilors, for letting us come and speak our piece. We definitely oppose this application based on noise. We're at a meeting earlier, planning meeting. Didn't really come out of it all that happy. We were asking for some mitigation on noise on our behalf. We're right next door, and our bay doors are open half of the year to this plant. We have 5 employees and lots of noise. So when I left the meeting, there was no mitigation going to be done whatsoever. And I asked Matt Kyle, if, Mr. Cummings, if it was appropriate for us to call bylaw enforcement when the noise level was higher than what's allowed. So with that, we went and did some studying on our own, and Ted has a little proposal here. He's gonna explain what we found.
Afternoon, everybody. Not going to try and bore you, but as we all know, the devil's in the details on this sort of thing.
Sorry,
I'm here
Mr.
to
Mayor,
advocate
can
on
he
behalf-
speak into the mic? Because
Yeah.
there's people online too that want to hear.
I'm here to advocate on behalf of Horse Falls Auto and the community we've called home. The proposed hydrovac slurry plant at 40 Curtis Ave North is the topic of discussion. As some know, under the Environmental Protection Act, noise emissions is considered pollution. The Ministry of the Environment governing standards are referred to as NPC 300. The purpose of these are to provide sound level limits on stationary devices and guidance to decisions made under the Planning Act, specifically upon decisions concerning noise-sensitive lands. The Environmental Protection Act is the legislation and grants broad powers with the discharge of contaminants. The definition of contaminants includes sound, specifically prohibiting contaminants that are likely to cause negative effects. The proponent of the proposed hydrovac slurry processing plant and their agent Zelenka Priamo Limited are applying for several concerning changes to the current land use compared to surrounding land use. First off, they're asking for a site-specific M3 zoning. It is currently classed M3, and allowable sound limits at our fence line would be 50 decibels with incidental bursts of 55. And remains similar at most hours of the day. That is during the workday, that those are the limits. An M3 specific or M4 designation allows much more noise pollution. And unlike the comparisons made by the proponent in their planning justification report, they are not consistent with existing commercial use on Curtis Ave North or Consolidated Drive. Granted, all are businesses and they own properties, but that is where the similarities end. Kingswood, Coors Tech, Mitten Vinyl, and Patriot Forge, referenced in the applicant's planning justification report, all conduct their operations on properties 3 to 7 times the size of 40 Curtis Ave North. All have more than the minimum setbacks of 30 meters under NPC 300 noise standards. As well, engineered mitigation in place for noise pollution in compliance with the NPC standard. The definition of engineered mitigation in this case, they conduct their operations inside buildings. The proposed hydrovac slurry plant is an open-air operation with zero noise mitigation proposed. The minimum setback as referenced to the applicant's planning justification report is 30 meters, which they have requested an amendment to 4.2 meters, a mere 14% of the minimum required. Stationary sources of noise, aggregate extraction facilities using screeners and associated equipment on site, movement of trucks and trailers are specific sources governed by the NPC 300 standards. The applicant's desire to attain an M4, or in this case, it's been modified to an M3 specific classification, merely allows more noise pollution in an area whose current industry is not consistent with that level. A municipal approval of this allows the applicant more lax Ministry of Environment approvals for noise pollution based on the standards set by the government. Noise-sensitive land use is sleeping quarters of dwellings, patient rooms, classrooms, therapy or treatment rooms, a property of a person that accommodates a building used for institutional educational purposes, a property of a person that accommodates a dwelling and includes a legal non-conforming residential use. From a planning perspective, a noise-sensitive land use may comprise both noise-sensitive land uses and those that are not, such as a patio. That is the definition of the Ministry of Environment for commercial locations sensitive to noise. Interestingly, the hydrovac slurry plant's noise impact study deemed Curtis Ave South, 300 meters away from 40 Curtis Ave North, was the most sensitive land use, in direct contradiction to the neighbor Jason's Wheelhouse, located within 31 meters from the proposed hydrovac slurry plant, its fence line. I gleaned a little information from their presentation. They have to be 70 meters from the most sensitive land use. That's 31. A registered institutional location is what Jason's Wheelhouse is considered, and frankly, the most vulnerable members of our community are the ones that participate there. That location includes an outdoor garden, patio, and exercise facilities. 200 meters down the road is the Paris Health Hub that includes therapy rooms, treatment rooms, as well as freshly paved sidewalks used for rehabilitation and exercise that passes by the front of 40 Curtis Ave North's property. The sidewalk is within 20 meters of said property, and the rail trail isn't much farther beyond that. I find it difficult to understand why a noise impact study provided by the applicant would omit these noise-sensitive locations specifically deemed so by the Ministry of Environment's NPC 300 standards and focus on an area 300 meters away from the proposed hydrovac slurry operation. A study that states a decibel rating of between 30 and 40 decibels at 300 meters from the property. What is the decibel level at 31 meters at Jason's wheelhouse? What is the decibel level at 4.2 meters, which is our fence line? Because it's allowed to be 50 to 55. Again, not comparable to any business in Curtis Ave North or Consolidated Drive area. Under section C 1.3 of the MPC 300 standards, it is considered the responsibility of the applicant to ensure compliance with the sound level limits, but there has been zero proposed mitigation at the time of our meeting, unlike every other business on Curtis Ave North or Consolidated Drive that employs engineered mitigation, has correct minimum setbacks or exceeds them, rather than 14% of the required minimum that is being requested. The applicant could buy our property and still not meet the required minimums for this type of facility or their particular M3 designation. I understand this application has been endorsed by the Brant County Planning Department for approval. A quick internet search of the department's staff credentials will reveal there's no one employed there with the required expertise to validate or invalidate the legitimacy of a noise impact study, which would mean it was peer-reviewed, as they freely admitted, using all the data submitted by the applicant, which omitted the most noise-sensitive area being within 31 meters away from the fence line, and freely admitted today it can't have one within 70. As well, it would be careless of me not to mention the applicant's property has a legal dwelling on it currently, rented out with a patio. Another sensitive land use as found under NPC 300. The meat and potatoes of all this is that the property at 40 Curtis Ave North comes nowhere near meeting the minimum requirements in Ministry of Environment standards for the applicant's proposed hydrovac slurry operation. It is therefore our opinion that this application should not be approved by council for this and many other reasons. Thank you all for hearing this out and appreciate your care when decisions affecting our community are made.
Thank you. I should have told you that this wasn't a football game, and you can't boo anyone, and you can't clap, and you can't jeer anyone. So now you're warned, and I didn't hit my hammer, so I understand that you want to clap, and so you clapped, but you shouldn't. Please don't do it again. Now we're going to hear from Michael. Michael. And just your full name, please, and your address for the clerk.
Michael Bertolini, 112 Walnut, Paris Flats.
Thank you.
If I'm correct, they said it would be average of 20 trucks per day that'll be coming into this facility. Is that correct? About that, roughly? How long does it take one truck to come in, process, and leave again? 15, 20 minutes, okay. On the drawings you had, there only seemed to be one driveway in. Was the noise statistic, did that include the backup sirens off of each of these trucks as they continue to reverse back off of the property? As there doesn't seem to be enough room for them to turn around.
We can't come back and forth like this. Do you want to come back up, please, presenter? And that way, at least you can speak into the microphone so people at home can hear. But it's better that you give him your questions first, and then you're here to answer the questions. You have to speak from the podium.
Do you want to repeat that one?
Yeah, did the noise study include the sound of the backup alarms off these 20 vehicles per day?
Yes, to be clear, in the presentation, there was a worst-case scenario. That was every piece of equipment operating at once and a completely unshrouded process. To be clear, that's not what Matt is actually proposing. It will be shrouded. But yes, it was a worst-case scenario, everything operating at once, including those beavers.
But there is only one driveway in, so they will be reversing from the property?
There's 2 driveways. If you refer to the site plan, there's a turnaround area.
There is turnaround. Okay, thank you. That was my question for the alarms. My other question is still regarding the trucks. I'm assuming they're going to be collecting from outside cities, neighborhoods, the greater Hamilton area. Would that be correct in my assumption?
Through the mayor, that's correct. It's being collected from a broad area.
I think what we'll do, though, is we will ask all the questions first, and then.
I think that's the last of my direct questions.
Thank you.
So if I'm right, these trucks will be coming off of, we'll say, the 403, driving up the one-lane Paris Road into Dundas, onto Curtis Ave, and into the facility. So with the construction that Paris is under right now, it's proven one thing, that parasites, we are persistent, but we are also very impatient. With an increase of 20 trucks per day, so 70 to 100 trucks per year on Paris Road, we're going to get some more impatient drivers who are going to now be trying to pass these heavy trucks on a double line. So it's going to increase safety risk and hazard on Paris Road. Once they get onto Dundas, let's say it's busy on Dundas. Once the road is finished, everybody's on the road trying to get in and out of the city. What happens when the trucks miss the turnoff onto Curtis Ave? Because right now, it means that they would likely either go across the High Bridge, which doesn't seem likely, and more likely they're going to go down the hill around Willow Street, possibly back up. 2 weeks ago, my neighbor's car was hit by a heavy truck coming down Willow Street. The car was an absolute write-off. It was a truck just going the wrong way, trying to get back up to the Tiger Cat. If we're opening our doors to another 7,200 of these trucks every year, let's say even a quarter of those miss that turn. That's still, thousands of vehicles going down residential areas where they shouldn't be on roads that aren't big enough to be designed for these heavy trucks. My peers, my friends, they're going to talk about the noise, the pollution, everything else, but we're increasing a safety risk to our people by allowing these the increase of heavy trucks on the roads. And unless the drivers are going to go under some sort of special training, they're going to end up in parts of our city where they're not supposed to be, and that's going to impose even further risk to our people. So that's all for me.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I think there's going to be probably more questions for you, so do you want to answer anything? Everything's good? Maybe you can, yes, just stand back there. We're going to open it up to the room now. Is there anyone in the room that wants to come to speak to or against this application? Thank you. Yeah. Remembering you're supposed to have 10 minutes, so.
Here, come this way, please.
If you can just give us your full name and address, please, for the clerk.
Hi. Oh, he's going to have to stand beside me. I'm Janice Nill, and I'm representing Jason's Wheelhouse, 60 Curtis Ave North.
Thank you.
And this is Jasper, which is our support facility dog for the guests that we support. Obviously nervous, and I'd like to say good afternoon. I'm Janice Nill. I'm the founder and executive director of Jason's Wheelhouse, established here in Paris in 2017. Many of you have seen our facility and enjoyed our space. Jason's Wheelhouse is a not-for-profit and soon charitable organization that supports children and adults with additional and special needs of all abilities. We provide programming, day respite, education, educational support, therapy, respite services, day programming, I apologize, coordination, and navigation. We also support the educational industry, having high school, college, university, and summer student positions fulfilling their volunteer and placement hours at our facility. We support people with many sensory needs and many sensitivities. We support children and adults with sensory processing disorders, autism, epilepsy, heart conditions, as well as many other sensitivities, diagnoses, and medical issues and ailments. They are all directly affected by the environment. Jasper, our trained service dog, through Autism Service Dog, comes to work every day to support all of the guests that attend. With the space we have, we utilize the gardens for produce. This assists with food scarcity, promotes life skills, shares community resources, and ensures that our exceptional guests find exceptional resources and build on that exceptional community. We host many community events, family events, programming, education that are geared towards individuals with additional and special needs that are also potentially medically fragile. Jason's Wheelhouse currently supports 89 individuals, both children and adults, and their families. We also offer sibling support, so sometimes that's a large number. Currently, that means we support over 400 people. 40 of the 89 individuals that we support have epilepsy or another form of seizure disorder. That's 45% of our supported clientele. 29 of our individuals have heart conditions or other heart-related disorders. That's 33% of our supported clientele. This proposed facility is not a healthy consideration with sound, with vibration, or with smell. I don't want to repeat the things that Ted and Robin stated, but the safety concerns and the distance in our facility is not something we want to deal with. Jason's Wheelhouse is less than 32 meters away from the proposed site. This is not anywhere near 70. The distance is not within regulations stated in the Sensitive Land Use Act, Section 5A. This states a minimum of 300 meters for part of it, as was stated earlier, and 70 meters. This affects our business, this affects our staff, this affects our families, and specifically the children and adults that are sensitive in regards to pressure, headaches, noise, with medical issues, seizures, and heart conditions. The violations in relation to the proximity of our center should be reason enough for this proposal to be dismissed and rejected. That's all.
Thank you for that.
Thank you.
Thank you for that. Is there anyone else in the room that wants to come up and speak to this application? Mr. Swanson? And we have your full name, we have your address. You can begin.
All right. Where will the trucks be lifting the boxes? In the dome?
Ask all your questions first, David, and then they'll answer them for you.
Okay, so where do the trucks lift the boxes? Do they dump into a hopper? Is it an asphalt or gravel yard? What are the hours of operation? And there's a lot of heat. Is there any other sites, like we got GIP paving in Heidelberg, very close to the 403. So anyway, yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, through the mayor, the questions that I heard were, where does the truck dump the box? What are the hours of operation? And are there any other sites that we can look at? So maybe I'll invite the lender, Matt, to come up and provide some more information on that. And maybe we can actually pull up the site plan. Here, Danny, would you mind having that?
Yeah, so there'll be a concrete pit. 90% of all hydrovac trucks actually don't tip their box to dump. So there's actually a push plate in there, the big back door opens and the soil gets pushed out the back door. It's not necessarily like a dump truck, doesn't go up and down. The truck's gonna be outside when it dumps. So it'll dump into a pit that holds the material. Then we take an excavator and load it into that plant. Is that it?
Hours of operation.
Hours of operation will be normal. There'll be probably 8 in the morning till 3, 4 in the afternoon.
And can you pull up the slide too that shows your property in regards to Jason's Wheelhouse and the Horsfall property? Yeah. Okay, yeah, thank you. Any other questions? Anyone want to come up and speak? Come on up. And just your name, please, and your address for the clerk.
Yeah, good afternoon. My name's David Latulip. I reside at 55 Court Drive here in Paris.
Thank you.
I'm wholly opposed to this amendment, and I've read the comments that were posted online by many of the people here today, and I'm going to take a slightly different strategy. So through my professional career, I'm familiar with the design and operation of the type of equipment that are in these facilities, this facility in particular. I'm also familiar with, I've been in facilities that are similar in nature, not exactly the same as this one, so I know what it's like to be in one of these facilities. Based on what's in this report, I feel it's missing some very important details that would make it entirely irresponsible for the committee to approve it in its current form. And so I'll start with a couple. So on page 8, when it's talking about the public considerations, we've talked a lot about traffic. It says the applicant's stated traffic volume of 10 to 20 trucks is not anticipated to have any adverse impact. At what frequency? 10 to 20 trucks an hour, a day, a week? That is an important detail that is missing in this report. Something that hasn't been brought up, different trucks are going to be going into this facility. The hydrovac truck is a very different type of truck than would be leaving, because what do we have? We have two products that are leaving, right? It says, right above this, the dewatering system is a wet process in which the slurry materials made up of water, oil, sand, and aggregate, let's just call it solids and liquids, are coming in. They are separated in a hydrocyclone. So we have one material coming in, a slurry. We have two products that are leaving. Dry material, which is said is being used for reuse, and we have a liquid product, right? No mention of where that liquid product is going, right? If you do a simple mass balance, a slurry, maybe it's 20 to 30 weight% solids, there's a lot of water. Where is all that water going? Because it says on page 4, the proposed hydrovac slurry processing facility is a closed system, which does not demand municipal water, fine, nor does it produce effluent that is discharged to the municipal sanitary system. So water is coming in at a high frequency into this facility. Where is that water going if it's not going into our sewer system? I'm assuming it's going into another truck that's going out. So for every one truck that's coming in, we have other trucks that are leaving. Hoppers for solid material, tankers for liquid material. I don't think that is accurately represented here in this report. It mentions the facility will only be accepting non-hazardous material which is tested regularly. Again, at what interval? Do we have a client list for this facility? Perhaps, I don't know. So again, not very much information that I think in any way you would even consider endorsing this proposal, regardless of the other concerns that have been raised. If I go back to page 2 of the report, I feel that there is some bias. It talks about the impacts. It says economic impacts potential increase in tax revenue and job creation within the county of Brant. How many jobs? We have no idea. Environmental impacts? None. No environmental impacts. Not potential environmental impacts? None. Same thing with social impacts? None. Not potential impacts. Not what we just heard from the community? None. For all those reasons, you can't pass this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you for coming up, and I want to ask if there's anyone else in the room that wants to come up to speak against or for this application. Come on up. Your full name and your address, please, for the clerk, and you have 10 minutes.
Sure. Christine Turple, I'm 61 Walnut Street. I'm a resident of the flats, but I'm also here representing several of our neighbors who are unable to attend in person today, this meeting that's during regular business hours. Hydrovac slurry processing facility. We know that such a facility does not align with the M3 zoning. The applicant has said the amendment is needed because it does not align with current M3 zoning. It's not an auto body shop. It's not a dry cleaning facility. It's not an impound yard. It's not a food processing plant. This is waste processing. So I had a peruse of the extraordinarily lengthy comprehensive zoning bylaw for the County of Brant. So these are your definitions. M4 zoning examples: recycling facility, waste disposal, waste transfer station, hydrovac slurry processing facility. Slurry is coming in, it's being processed, and then it's being transported elsewhere. Many thanks for the details on exactly that process, that know-how in that area. To me, there's no question that this facility is M4. It does not fit into M3. And we know the original application was indeed for M4. This is public knowledge that it was M4 initially, and now we're looking to massage the M3 zoning to fit this. We're massaging the M3 zoning to allow for a private company to create a waste processing facility close to residents and established businesses. Why spend all that time developing long-term strategic plans for our county, establishing clear zoning areas just to amend them as we see fit down the line? I don't know what we're doing here and at what cost. Now, I'm not going to reiterate all of the concerns that have been raised by the local businesses, by the residents through over 60 pages of letters, a community petition that got 700 signatures within a week. I'm not going to reiterate all of those key points. You have gotten that for information. But I want to narrow in on a particular section in the paper released just last Friday from a county planner which recommends this application be approved. So Ryan Cummins, Senior Planner, County of Brant, in the impacts and mitigation section, as noted, social impacts, none at this time. None. None. No ideas from those 60 pages. Never mind the local businesses that provide vital services, the health hub on the same road, none. That same section, environmental impacts. No environmental impacts have been recognized as part of this application. Again, none. I'm particularly worried and would question the recommendation of a planner and a report that lists no possible fallout situations for a waste processing facility. And I understand the applicants have spoken that there will be no contaminated slurry coming into this site. But what about the fact that a lot of hydrovac trucks are commonly used for sewage lines? The example given at a previous meeting was that they are sucking up contaminants from a burst water line. But these trucks are commonly used for burst sewer lines or other waste lines. Will the slurry contain other contaminants from construction sites such as petroleum hydrocarbons? So basically bitumen, petroleum products, things used to pave the road? Absolutely. Ethylene glycol, so essentially antifreeze. These trucks use that in the winter for their winter digging. Slurry does not mean water and dirt. Otherwise, they would be calling this mud. We already have a word for that. But instead, they're introducing into our lexicon a new word, slurry. No possible social or environmental impacts identified in this report. I think the sheer lack of imagination, or perhaps refusal to acknowledge the realities of our world, are perhaps most alarming to me. Many residents in our area remember the morning that they woke up to Christmas in July, artificial plastics blanketing like snow their backyards, their beautiful gardens, the forest and the wildlife surrounding that area because of a mishap up at the plastics plant up the hill. This is in recent memory for our residents. And we, like the other resident before me, are not satisfied with the depth in which this has been studied, both on sound, but environmental impact and other areas. So, and finally, in that same section of that report, impacts and mitigation, economic impacts, potential increase in tax revenue and job creation within the County of Brant. And the key rationale of the report is on economic development. So the question was posed, how many jobs is this going to create? So I found the answer to my question from the GN Solids Control small-scale sites handling fewer than 20 trucks per day, often run on a skeleton crew of 1 or 2 people. Larger facilities processing 40 or more trucks generally need 4 to 5 personnel. The sound study, which was helpfully shared by Ryan to me, states that because of the decibels, this cannot operate outside of business hours. So we're not talking multiple shifts. Perhaps some lower paid administrative jobs, but single digits, absolutely. And in this, are we considering the impact on employment from the other businesses in the area? How many jobs will be lost because of this? Because people, understandably, don't want to work next to a working turbine. They don't want to work next to a waste processing site. Unless you're considering the increase in employment, is this with the County of Brant? Will we require additional people to oversee this waste management in a commercial area? Perhaps you need to pad out the legal department. Paris is developing rapidly. There are currently a substantial amount of logistics, moving pieces, and applications. But things don't always go to plan. 'Tis life. They don't go to plan, and if you're following closely other projects in the area, it doesn't always go to plan. And that's okay, that's how things are. But we must, when making such decisions, at least imagine the unintended consequences of these decisions that we're making. Infrastructure must be upgraded at some point. But must we alter established zoning bylaws to allow for the private ownership of a waste processing facility? So I ask, do you honestly have the expertise, and perhaps even more importantly, the capacity right now to be closely monitoring a waste processing facility so close to our other established businesses, so close to our residents who have already raised this as an issue, so close to our beloved rail trail, which brings in a lot of customers to our small town, so close to an important drinking water source, not only for our community, but those downriver. Now, I appreciate that you've paid a planner to advise you on this matter, but I urge you to use your power as councillors, and for some of you, and and to consider the knowledge and the expertise of the collective community. I think right now you have the opportunity to truly represent the people, and for some of you, it may be one of your last opportunities to truly represent the people whom you are meant to represent. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Moving forward, I don't feel comfortable when people name our staff. We'll just leave it at our planning department. I would appreciate if we don't use names. Makes me a little uncomfortable. Is there anyone else in the room that wants to speak to this application? Come on up. And just your name and your address for the clerk, please.
My name is Laura Pipkins. I live at 64 Curtis Avenue South.
Thank you.
My concern is for the health hub. It's extremely close to this facility, and it was very recently constructed at, I imagine, great cost to the county, to generous donors, great deal of thought and care went into building it, years of hard work, and it seems a shame to be counterproductive to that hard work and money, time, and care by making it a less pleasant place to be, not just for everybody in the county, but for the vulnerable members of our community that frequent the health hub. I also wanted to ask if the facility is with intake projection zone 2, and if that should be of any concern. Thank you.
Did you want to answer that question? We could wait. Oh, you want clarification of the question?
To the mayor, I think the question was, is this within intake protection zone 2, dealing with source water protection? In conferring with my colleague Danny there, I don't believe it is, but that might be better directed to planning staff to provide a comprehensive answer.
Okay. Ryan, do you want to?
You, Mr. Mayor, I'm just referencing page 7 of my report here from our source water consultants at Cambium. Drinking water threats are only possible within the areas with a IPZ2. Based on the site plan circulation with this application, development appears to be proposed completely outside of that area. As such, no threats presently proposed. And just again, on the topic of source water, if this application were approved and we did move to a site plan, our source water consultants would be circulated and consulted with on that matter.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the room that wants to come and speak to or against this application? I'll ask for the second time, is there anyone left in the room that wants to come up and speak to or against this application? And I'm going to ask for the third and final time, is there anyone that wants to come up and speak to or against this application? Seeing none, I'm going to call this part of the meeting closed then. I'm going to take it back to council. Councillor Pierce?
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. A couple questions. First of all, I'd like to say thanks to all those that got up and spoke there. They've covered a lot of questions I think many of us have here, so kudos to them for doing their homework before they're coming. That's I just want to say thank you for that. And a couple questions I think we're going to have answered here. I'm not sure, but one of the big ones I have, and it was stated a couple times. What happens to the liquid that comes out of this? Is it in fact tanker trucks going back out? That was kind of assumed earlier, but I'd like clarification on that. That was one of the questions I had.
Come on up, yeah.
Through the mayor, in conferring with the landowner, Matt, the liquid water that's extracted through that process is going to be stored in an underground tank and either trucked offsite to a disposal, or it would be reused in the hydrovac process. So we're actually reusing that water.
Okay, that's fine. The other thing I'd like to note here is in our package, it says, public considerations that, mailing was sent out to all property owners within 125 meters. It's my understanding that within 125 meters, there's 0 residential. Is that correct?
But through the mayor, I may defer that to planning staff. I don't have that information right in front of me. It appears based on the map in front of me that I have here that that would be the case, though.
Okay, Ryan?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. When we look at the mapping, it does not appear that there's any residences that would have received notice within the 125 meters. That's correct.
That's something we got to work on. Anyway, thank you for that. So I just want to just confirm through you, Mr. Mayor, something that I heard there in regards to the trucks coming in. So the trucks coming in, they dump their load, or it's extracted out of the back of the truck into a pit. Okay? So we've got a pit now that's, let's say, 20 by 20, just for measurement's sake here. So we just dumped the load in there, fine and dandy. All of a sudden, we test it, we've got some contaminants in there. Now, it was stated earlier that that dirt will now, or the slurry will now be removed and shipped somewhere else. Once that load is dumped into that pit, if in fact there's contaminations in there, it is now in that entire pit. So what is done to extract that whole pit? What's the process?
So through the mayor, the landowner is currently in the process of obtaining an ECA through the Ministry of Environment. My understanding is that if there are contaminants in that pit is now contaminated. Matt's ECA would not cover contaminated soil. So that would have to be removed and went to a site that has an ECA to deal with that soil. I might invite Matt to provide a little more commentary on that.
Thank you. Yeah, so the soil that's taken away is primarily in low residential, low impact environments. So on your front lawns, that's what we primarily do. We dig hydro pole holes, we expose existing utilities. So 90% of that is considered low impact residential. Of course, there is a point in time that it could come, that it could happen. You got to prepare for the worst. That pit gets filled. We don't test the material until after we process it. So you're testing all three things: the water, the soil, and the sand. All gets divided up, put it under the cover, gets tested before it would leave. So in essence, you would process that contaminated material to the fullest and then put it under the tent until it gets tested. It doesn't leave, if that helps.
That doesn't answer my question. So now we've taken it, we've processed it, so now we've got three piles. We've got a liquid pile, a sand pile, or whatever, or an aggregate pile that potentially could have contaminants. I know it's a small percentage, like you said, but what happens now? That all gets shipped out?
It all gets taken to a facility that deals with contaminated soil. That's correct.
Okay, and one last one, if I could, Mr. Mayor. So in there, staying on the subject of contamination, it says the proposed hydrovac slurry processing facility will only accept non-hazardous materials, which is tested regularly in accordance with the MECP regulations. There'll be no contaminated soils brought onto the site to be processed. How often is it tested? Is it every single load, every single process, and who does that?
I'll refer to Sajid, who's online here. He can help with that. He's our ECA expert.
So we would try to follow Regulation 406, and that's for sampling. I think it's about one sample for every 200 cubic meters of soil. And for the water, we would test basically in batches. Now, we are trying to work with the ministry to understand what they're going to approve, but that's basically it. We try to follow Regulation 406, which does outline what are the basic parameters, which include PHCs, hydrocarbons. It also includes VOCs and metals and inorganics, and it gives you a prescription for the approximate amounts. Now, even if it is a low impact site, we would treat it as if it could be heavily contaminated. That's going to be required under the ECA. The ministry does ask that we look at worst case scenarios for the frequency of testing.
Okay, sorry, Mr. Mayor, but that just went right over my head. What I caught was 200 cubic meters, every 200 cubic meters it's tested. So how many
Yes.
trucks would that be? Average, approximately. Is that one truck? Is that 10 trucks?
Matt, are you able to answer that?
Yeah, so they hold 13 meters combined, so not of dirt, but of dirt and water. So that's very hard to tell in a place like Paris where you're digging. It takes a lot less water to excavate. In a place like Brantford where it's clay, it takes a lot more water to excavate. So, but say 13 per truck is a reasonable amount.
So 13 cubic meters per truck, approximately.
Yeah.
Okay.
Water and soil mixed together.
Right, so we're talking a day's worth, in essence, give or take. So once a day that it's gonna be tested. If that's what I heard you say.
The sample would be, yeah, it would remain on site and it would go out. It takes, Sajid, how long to get a test back, please?
Sorry, if you go at regular turnaround time, it's about a week, but you can rush it to 24 hours or 48 hours for extra costs.
I just want to confirm what I heard there. So I'm going to take a test today, and I'm not going to get the answer back for a week? Is that what I heard?
Unless you rush it. If you rush it for extra costs, you can get it back within a day or 2 days, but that will be up to the proponent if they want to spend the extra money to get the results back sooner.
Okay, so I think, sorry, Mr. Mayor, I'm going on here and I'm almost done, but I think this is information that I think everybody in this room is just hearing now. So it's going to cost a proponent extra money to have it back in a day. I think, you know, if in fact this is approved, that's a must. It's a day thing. This has got to be tested every single day. If it costs extra money, so be it. But I can't believe what I just heard there, that we're going to test once a day and potentially not get the test back for a week. That makes no sense to me. Thank you.
Councillor Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a couple questions. First off, there was a petition, they said with 700 signatures. That's not in our package. Was it submitted?
It's the next thing on the agenda to acknowledge.
Okay. I would like to have seen it, but, okay, we'll go on. The soil remediation, you guys require an ECA from the province. You don't have that yet. Do you have to have the zoning first before you get that, or is it just you're doing it at the same time?
If the municipality,
Go ahead, Sajid.
sorry, if the municipality says no, or if it says we have objections, the ECA will not be issued by the ministry. If the municipality does not state that it has no objections, there's no way the ministry can approve it, in my experience. If you do say you have no objections or you approve the proposed land use and the proposed use of the facility, only then will the ministry go ahead with the ECA process.
Okay, got it. I think there might be some objections. I wanted to ask, in our report, and maybe this could go to Ryan, it says no mitigation measures are required. That's on page 46 of our package for noise. No mitigation measures are required. Is that because the noise is not high enough, or there's residences not close enough?
Through Mr. Mayor, if I, so the noise study that was submitted, based on our peer review comments that we received, did not warrant any mitigation for noise. And that was, again, based on the county's peer review services at Ralph Bowmeister and Associates, their review of the noise study. They concurred that no mitigation would be required.
So it's saying no mitigation because the noise level is not high enough. Is that a correct interpretation, Ryan?
That's my understanding, yes.
Okay. We heard from the neighbor, Horse Falls, that it is a concern. I know my vacuum cleaner at home makes a heck of a lot of noise, but all right, we'll go for that. What's you talk about the circulation, and again, this is for Ryan, talk about the circulation of notices. How close is the nearest residence to this 40 Curtis Ave?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I had looked at this earlier today and I just can't memorize the number. It's in excess of 200 meters. So that would be for the residences that would fall below the hill off of Willow Street. I don't have the number.
It's in excess of 200 meters. Yet we heard today that there's a potential influence area of at least 300 meters. So I'm wondering how to square that circle, and I can't. Want to ask, the Ford government has changed the rights of appeal, so neighbors cannot appeal a planning application. Does somebody have to participate in today's meeting or write a letter in order, if it does go to the OLT, to participate at the OLT? maybe you can help us, Jeremy, on that one.
I think they're supposed to have submitted documentation, but even the petition could qualify. So I'm pretty sure they do need to have submitted something during the process if they wish to join the process in front of the OLT.
Okay. I'm not saying it's going to LT, but I'm just wondering about that, because there was concerns brought up about that, so. Okay, yeah, that's about, the last question I guess I would ask is to the applicant. There's a lot of concern, obviously, we've read a lot of the letters, we've heard a lot of the emails. And I'm just wondering, have you reached out to any of the neighbors on any of the issues prior to this meeting? Or the previous meeting here?
Through the mayor, yes, we did. We had a meeting with the neighbor. We did have some meaningful discussions about what they were looking for, and they expressed their views to us during that meeting. And we had a good exchange. I don't think we're necessarily going to see eye to eye on this with the neighbors, but yes, we did engage with them. There was some engagement with some of the other neighbors. I think Matt did that. As planning consultants, we did not directly engage with them. That's typically not what we would do. We rely on this forum for doing that. And again, through the mayor, if I may, there was a comment about the influence area. I just thought I might try to clarify that a little bit. In Danny's presentation, when she was talking about the influence area, she was referring to the guidelines that the Ministry of Environment puts out, the D6 guidelines for a Class 2 industrial use. So any use that is classified as a Class 2 has the potential influence area of 300 meters. So that means for that class of use, which is a very, very broad range of uses, someone who lives 300 meters away may hear it. It's not that it's an undue adverse impact. It's not going to be so loud 300 meters away that it's unbearable. That's why there's the minimum recommended setback of 70 meters. So I just wanted to be clear about those two things. We don't expect that that people 300 meters away would actually hear this based on the noise study that we provided. Happy to answer any other questions that anyone else may have. Thank you.
Just, I guess on that note, yeah, just reaching out to the neighbors. Maybe there might be some misinformation out there, but it's something if I was putting in the application, I would have got out in front of. So just a comment. And then the last question is, you could do this in an M4. Have you looked at M4 sites?
So through the mayor, I can speak on behalf of Matt and his business partner. They looked at a lot of different sites. They started their process at looking at sites years ago. We initially started this project over a year ago. So they've been looking at a lot of different sites. And if I can speak from my experience as a planning consultant, it's very, very rare for any of our clients to find a site for a specialty use that is appropriately zoned. So to your comment there, did you look for an M4 site? Yes, we did look for that. That is the dump, the waste transfer facility.
Yeah,
that's the only
zone.
Yeah, that's the only M4 zone. So that's why because this is very much not a dump, that's why we're looking to create that site-specific definition. So this specific use is properly identified in the zoning bylaw.
Okay, yeah, I appreciate that, because I don't doubt that we need the service. I don't know if that's the right location, but thank you for the answers.
Councillor Kyle, you're next.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor, through you to staff. So I noted in the report there were quite a number of comments from both our internal agencies as well as some external agencies. Obviously, we've heard lots of comments and concerns from the neighbors. So I'm just wondering, are you able to explain how those concerns have been addressed prior to you putting forward the recommendation to approve?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, if I may ask, is there a specific, so on the list here, I'm looking at that we have comments from Development Engineering, Fire Source, Water, Stand. Is there a specific one or all of them?
Just more broadly, but I guess, I mean, the one
Sure.
that really jumps out to me, so it's not even a comment in here, but just the minimum setback from, say, Jason's Wheelhouse, for example, that seems like a pretty significant difference between 70 and 31. So any of the comments that are in there, as well as some of those more significant things we've heard today.
Okay. So I'll just quickly touch on, as you said, the internal, external staff comments. If you can infer from most of these comments that they're related to technical design, and that is all, those are namely site plan items. So again, if this application were approved, there's a list of comments here that primarily relate to the site plan. Specifically, if we wanted to discuss Jason's wheelhouse and the location in there, my opinion, from a planning staff perspective, in my opinion, is those lands are located within an existing heavy industrial area and are currently located adjacent to, they abut an active CN rail line, other heavy industrial users in the immediate area. And it's my opinion that this proposal would not impart more excessive conflict than what already exists within the established heavy industrial area. The CN rail, from a planning perspective, is perhaps the most offensive use that you would want to separate from sensitive land uses. It's an existing situation. I can't comment on how it came to be with the conflict that is there today. But from that perspective, it's my opinion that the proposed use would not further or exacerbate an existing conflict like something like an active rail line, which in my opinion, again, is one of the most egregious conflicting land uses for sensitive types of land uses. I hope that answers it. I'd be happy to expand.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor, through you. And yeah, that does answer my question. So I guess then my next question, maybe it's not one, I don't know if Ryan, you can answer it or not, but just given that there is quite a bit of technical commentary in here from our internal agencies, is it possible that, say we were to approve this zoning today, that it isn't even possible based on some of these other technical requirements that they would have to meet?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, again, referencing the technical department agency comments from pages 6 of my report, no, in my opinion, there's nothing here that would preclude this development from proceeding if the zoning was approved. Most of these are technical site plan type items, none of which jumped out at us from discussions with our colleagues in engineering or operations. There were some questions related to whether this proposal would be discharging effluent to our wastewater system, because that was a major concern at the beginning, but the applicant has clarified that and submitted a functional servicing report. Our operations and engineering folks reviewed and are satisfied, as outlined in my report, that it is a closed loop system.
Councillor Oakley, you're next.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, Councillor Kyle actually asked
Okay,
my question.
Councillor Chambers, you're next.
Just a couple questions of clarification. First of all, it's my understanding that the DCH group owns the property and they will be leasing it to your business to run the hydrovac slurry processing facility. Is that correct?
No, I own both.
Sorry?
I own DCH Group and the property.
And so the owner of the property will be the organization that is running and operating the facility?
That's correct. We also own the trucks that dump there.
And the other question is, what is the use on the property now? It's not vacant, it's being used for something, so what is it being used?
The current building that's there is just rented as a storage yard.
So it's being used as a storage yard, being rented as a storage yard?
Yep.
And the other question that I have is, I understand this is a fully serviced, both in terms of water and wastewater property. Will your business require a fully serviced water and wastewater property?
Like as far as a washroom, or? It's a closed loop system for what we're putting in. It would just be the current services that are fed to the building that we need.
So this property could be situated on a property that is not fully serviced in terms of water and wastewater?
Well, we would still need sanitary and water.
For washrooms, yeah, but not for the process itself?
Yeah, that's correct.
Thank you.
Councillor Haley?
Thank you, through you. I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you when you said what you own. I think you mentioned you own 3 things?
Yeah, so DCH Group would be the company that we are trying to put forth for the plant at 40 Curtis Ave North, a building that we own. And then we also own a hydrovac company that does excavation in the Brant County area.
I'm sorry, you own which? What do you own?
A hydrovac company
Oh, Hydrovac Company.
that does the excavation, yeah.
Okay, so the DCA and Hydrovac, and what's the other company?
Just two.
Just two, okay. So I'm just trying to understand, if I go back to page 42 of the updated agenda, and if we look at the planning justification report, Class 2 facility D6, I know you've talked about this, but if your Class 2 facility under D6 with noise studies, aren't you required to have 300 meters? And so my question is, how many homes are within the 300-meter setback?
Through the mayor, I can clarify that question. So the D6 guidelines identify a potential influence area of 300 meters, not a setback. So that means that for any use that is a Class 2 use, it's possible, not definite, but possible, that someone who lives 300 meters away may experience some sort of receptor from that use, whether it's dust, odor, likely not vibration. And I'm talking in general in regards to any Class 2 use. So that 300 meters, that's not a setback, that's just someone may be influenced by this use at that distance. So the setback is 70 meters, and that's a recommended setback by the Ministry of Environment, and that is to a sensitive land use, which in this context is typically regarded as those residential uses to the southwest. So I understand that there are a couple of uses that have been referenced in this meeting, there's Jason's Wheelhouse and the Health Hub. Given the land use context, we typically would not regard those as a sensitive land use. As staff mentioned, this is in a heavy industrial area, and it's typical planning practice that those uses would not locate in a heavy industrial area to avoid the exact conversation that we're having right now.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you. So the setback then that's required for Jason's Wheelhouse should be 70 meters, and that's reduced, or you're asking for a reduction there. And that's a sensitive land use, correct?
Through the mayor, this is where this gets really tricky, because we have a use that, you know, with all due respect to Jason's Wheelhouse, I think that's an excellent use, and that's great. Is that the right use for this area? The PPS would categorically say no. Your own land use policies would say no. But it exists. So that raises an interesting question for council. Do you want to approve a new industrial use in a land use that it is specifically identified for in your official plan, or is it paramount to ensure that this particular use that is being proposed would not go there, and that essentially that has the cause of sterilizing Brant County's industrial lands for future industrial development? And I acknowledge that's a very difficult question to answer. Unfortunately, that is the question that is in front of council tonight. So to answer your question, in my view as a land use planner, no, I would not consider that a sensitive land use by virtue of the fact of its land use context.
Okay, I'm just trying to understand this. I just have one or two more questions. I asked earlier, how many homes are within the 300-meter distance? I just wanted to know that. Maybe Ryan can tell me, or you can? Just wonder who can tell me that.
Ryan?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I don't have the estimate. I don't have the count of the number of homes. It's a low-density residential area below the hill.
Does anyone else have an answer for Ella? Just because it's information we need before we can vote? You don't know that? No? Nobody knows that? Yes, sir?
Through the mayor, we do have a figure showing that 300-meter distance in our presentation. It doesn't provide a finite number of dwelling units in that, but it may help council identify, hey, these are the general areas that are within that 300 meters. That could be shown, that may help.
Yeah, I guess I would like to know the number of homes within that 300-meter distance. And then, so just to really understand, Jason's Wheelhouse, the setback, you're making a request to reduce the setback from 70. So I think, especially given the clientele, we should at least honor the 70 meters.
So through the mayor, that 70 meters that we're referencing, that's not a required setback. That is a guideline that is put forth by the Ministry of Environment. So that document is up to council to interpret. 70 meters is a guideline for a setback for a Class 2 industrial use to sensitive land uses, which are typically considered to be homes, schools, those types of uses that are, let me be very clear about this, that are outside of an established industrial park. So there are situations all across the province where there are uses, commercial recreation, like a dance studio, karate place, or places of worship, where uses have become established in industrial areas. And that creates real and true land use conflicts. And most municipalities are trying to steer those uses away from industrial areas to avoid, again, what we're talking about right now. So I can't go back and undo that, but unfortunately, that's the situation that we have to deal with.
Okay, and just a final comment. It's just that you have a very special population there that you know, with autistic children and adults. And there has been the suggestion that really you might be happier and fit better as an M4. So that's the end of my comment.
Councillor Bell?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A common definition of the hydrovac slurry treatment facility is a waste management or a waste disposal site. And in our current bylaw, such a facility is not permitted under an M3 zoning, but it requires an M4 zoning. Why was this application not denied on the spot? Or, to be more productive, why did our economic development team not seek to help the developer find a more appropriate site?
Jeremy?
Through the mayor to Councillor Bell. So I think the applicant clearly noted too that they looked at M4 zones, but the county doesn't zone areas M4 in advance. The only spot that has the M4 is the dump, the landfill facility. The M4, somebody has to come in specifically and seek county approval to go to an M4 zone within an industrial area. So they would have to find a property and come in for rezoning regardless. That allows council to review and assess the potential development application and determine whether they wish to allow it there. So that's where we're talking landfills, recycling facilities, anything along those lines as noted in the M4 zone. So they're not going to go out and just find a bunch of properties or M4 because they don't exist. So under the official plan, which Brian went through in the planning report, is the designation of employment that where this area is in allows the flexibility to consider employment uses, which includes the M4 zone uses as well as the M3. So someone coming in, as per the Planning Act, has the opportunity to come in and apply for a zoning amendment. And that's where we go through this process to review the zoning for conformity to the official plan. Does it conform? Is the use permitted in that designation or not? And then what are and that would determine whether we would kind of tell them don't come in or do come in. We can't stop them from coming in. They still have every right to come in. So the official plan is the governing document. That is the governing plan, not the zoning. The zoning just is implementing the official plan. So they can come in, look for a zoning application that is in conformity to the OP, and we consider that. And that's why we go through this process to say, does it conform to the PPS? Does it conform to the OP? If it didn't meet those tests, we right away say to you, this application should be refused. In this case, they meet those tests that in the employment designation, this use can be considered and approved. Should it be an M3 or an M4? You can debate that two different ways. You could say an M4, and then give them the M4 zone. Let's say council approved it and said, yes, we're going to give them the M4 to allow this facility. Staff moved away from that direction. Why? Because once we give it the M4 designation, it almost suggests that everything in the M4 could take place on this property. And we didn't want to suggest that that's what we wanted. We didn't want to suggest that any recycling facility could go there or any landfill facility could go there. So rather than kind of give that underlying zone of M4 for somebody to come in the future, we said, let's keep it in the M3, which it is today, but give it that additional site-specific use very clearly, limiting it to that specific use that ties it down. So 10, 15, 20 years from now, someone comes along and says, why did the county do this and why didn't they give them the M4? They would look back and say, oh, we weren't trying to give them everything. We were very limiting them to try and maintain more of an M3 nature. So it was an effort here to try and control future thought and what we were trying to do.
To follow up, if I may, Mr. Mayor, if, just follow that line of argument, we call that property an M4, am I correct in thinking that the setbacks would not accommodate this particular facility? We'd run into problems with Horse Falls, we'd run into problems with Kingswood next door.
Through the mayor to Councillor Bell. So the M4 zone does have setback regulations in it that are some higher setbacks that they probably wouldn't meet if they were in the M4 zone. Recognize that setbacks are there to give direction. They are not necessarily there that you can't amend them. Again, they're coming in for a zoning application. So the question is, can they meet the technical requirements? Is there any reason that we need to maintain that setback for any particular reason? So just to say we have a 30-meter setback for the sake of a 30-meter setback isn't necessarily rationale. That's we go through the zone and say, what's appropriate? Is it okay to have a reduction or not? To do something. In this case, the M3 doesn't require that. They can meet the distances and setbacks basically that are appropriate. You're driving a truck in, you're going into a facility. It's not to belittle the use. It's similar to a contractor's yard in terms of the vehicles coming and going. It doesn't need the substantial separation for the sake of a separation necessarily. They can address the compatibility under the technical studies, which they've done. That's what they're talking about. And that's why we look at the technical studies to give guidance on the setbacks.
Councillor House?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mine are more comments for the debate discussion. I can wait till the appropriate time.
We're almost there, Councillor House. Councillor Haley?
So I believe I understood that, and through you, Mr. Mayor, I believe I understand that you possibly could have contaminated slurry and you test it, and then you might find out a week later, and if you do have contamination, then you would remove it. It would be sucked up and removed. So my question is more for our head planner. I wanted to ask here when we look at the impacts and mitigation, somebody else has spoken to that, but I just wonder about our planning staff. Like, if we have that, it says, someone's spoken about it, the environmental impacts, no environmental impacts. But our applicant has mentioned that they could possibly have contamination, and a week later they would get the test results and then they would remove it. You still have had contamination in the ground or in wherever it's held. And so I just wonder, as head planner, your take on no environmental impacts.
So through the mayor to the council member, how to answer this? So there shouldn't be environmental impacts. What we're understanding that this use is generally, like they mentioned, shouldn't be taking in items that are contaminated, and that's not the intent. And that's what we're seeking here, is that they shouldn't be bringing in anything contaminated. And that's what we'd be tying them to into the ECA. So that's where the report is saying there should be no environmental impacts to this as a result. So if something is happening, as well as things can happen anywhere, if somebody, this is obviously coming from somewhere that was then contaminated, they would have to deal with the issue. And then as per the province, they would have to remediate the site and deal with those issues. So here's the bonus in this case, is they are getting tested. So yes, once they're tested and they realize if there's an issue, they'd have to go in and remediate the site. They'd be bound by the province to clean up the site. So should the site would be cleaned up almost immediately, there should be no environmental impacts to the broader area in the end result.
Councillor Kyle.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor. One quick question that Councillor Haley's question kind of sparked. What is the average turnaround time? So if a truck comes in, what is the turnaround time for when that end product would be then moved back out? Like, is it less than a week, more than a week, multiple weeks?
Yeah, as soon as we get the testing, it can go. So test will come back, it'll be marked under the tent, and then it just gets trucked out. That's it.
Anyone else? Councillor McAlpine?
So did I understand that the noise level outside the building was going to be approximately 50 decibels? Is that what you're predicting, or?
Through the mayor, I may refer that question to Ryan, as he might have the noise. Ryan, do you have the noise study there?
Do you, Mr. Mayor? I have the noise study handy, but it might take me a moment here, and I don't necessarily feel comfortable speaking on behalf of the applicant in this regard.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I just don't have it in front of me right now, and others may. But perhaps the council could repeat the question, and I might be able to answer it just in generalities.
Well, I'm just wondering, what is the predicted sound level that will be emitted from the equipment that's going to be active on that property?
I think through the mayor, I think if you're looking for the specific question, it would be best for us to go find the material to get you the specific numerical answer, if that would be okay.
Okay.
Are you able to come up with something, Ryan? It needs to be somewhere. Councillor Pierce.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I'm just wondering, can we continue on while they're looking for that answer?
Sure we can. We're going to go back to Councillor House. So he has, you want to talk about?
Through the mayor, we have the answer to that question. So in the noise report, there's a table in there that identifies the decibel level at the receptors. So just to be very, very clear, the question was, what is the noise level of the operation? And can I just get clarification on my question? Is that at the operation? That's what the question you're asking?
Well, I guess it would be at the border of the properties, and I'm just, trying to get an idea. So like a backup beeper on a truck could be 87 to 112 decibels. But yeah, I'm just wondering the level.
Okay, so the answer to that question, again, not exact, but if you refer to the figure in the noise report, there's an isobar that identifies a 60 decibel range that goes just outside the property. So I guess the answer to the question, as clear as we can be, is 60 decibels. And that's with the worst case scenario.
Okay, so 60 decibels is actually a very moderate sound, actually, about the loudness of a refrigerator. I just looked it up. So. But the backup cameras would be annoying, but that would be a regular thing in an industrial park. I would assume that other facilities in the neighborhood would be using them on a regular basis, so, including the automotive shop. I'm sure they have trucks coming in that would be using them on a regular basis.
Councillor House.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Are we at the point where we can
Yes.
have comments for
Please,
debate? Okay, so I came into this meeting with a lot of questions, and I have to admit that the residents asked many of them. And there were a lot of, as Councillor Pierce pointed out, a lot of well-researched questions and comments from the residents, and I congratulate them as well. In listening through this and reading the reports and, you know, a couple things that stuck out to me, and yes, it's a heavy industrial area, and yes, Janice's place, Jason's Wheelhouse, which is a great facility, you and I have been there. It is kind of the odd place in an industrial park, but it's there. And I think about in Ryan's presentation earlier, talking about how this particular use is not permitted. This application is not permitted in the current heavy industrial area. And I have to say, I found the arguments posed by the residents very, very compelling. Not necessarily the part about 25% of the trucks missing their turn. That didn't necessarily land with me, no offense. But purely from a noise standpoint, I'm very, very concerned about this. I think about the nearby businesses, and I think about the nearby residences, and I think about the parkland in between. We have parkland right there. I was also a little bit concerned to learn more, and I appreciate the applicant being very forthcoming in describing the process, but I came into this thinking that contaminated material would never be processed at this facility. It sounds like there may be circumstances, worst case scenarios, where contaminated materials might be processed, and it might be a few days before you find out the material that was processed in the plant was contaminated. I think that's problematic. There are ministry guidelines related to noise, and I think it would be to our detriment to not listen to those guidelines. They are guidelines, not requirements, but this is a scenario where I cannot support the staff recommendation on this application. I'll be voting no on this one.
Councillor Oakley, you're next.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. I too have been listening to all the public commentary. I've encouraged people to reach out and engage and all that good stuff because it's a good part of our process, and I'm open always to being convinced. I've spoken to folks, even from the very outset of this before it came to council the first time, that frankly I'm not convinced by the arguments against. It's an industrial use in an industrial area. And frankly, as it stands today, I would agree with the planning recommendation. It's an industrial use in an industrial area. I too live in the area. I live in the flats. I have no burning desire to ruin my own neighborhood or my own property. But I don't see any specific aspect of this that is any notably different than the types of usages that already go on. We hear the train, we hear the hissing at mitten throughout the neighborhood. Everything I've read from the report convinces me that it's a compatible usage in an industrial area. Yes, there's been highlighted that Jason's Wheelhouse is in there, but similar to our conversations where we have talked about severances and building houses and farmland and the knock-on effects of sterilizing that use for future farmland development, whether it's pig barns, cow barns, so on and so forth. I think it would be inappropriate for us to sterilize what has been an industrial area since long before I was alive, some 40 to 60 years. So for those reasons, I'm going to be supporting the staff recommendation here because in my mind, it's an industrial use in an industrial area and it is appropriate.
Councillor Chambers.
Yes, I think I'm speaking to a resolution that somebody moved and seconded the recommendation. So I forget who that was. It wasn't me. But
Oakley and Howes.
Okay. I'm approaching it from a different perspective than the compatibility perspective that Steve has used to make a compelling case. I'm approaching it from a planning principle position, and that is this. The property is zoned M3, and it is a fully serviced lot in terms of water and wastewater. And we don't have a lot of those M3 serviced, fully serviced lots. And this application and this proposed use, from my understanding, does not require a fully serviced in terms of wastewater and drinking water servicing. So in terms of the municipal perspective of using their planning documents in the best way for the municipality, we should refuse this application because there are probably more appropriate uses for this lot, M3 uses, that do require wastewater and water servicing. This application can locate in an area where that is not fully serviced according to what they're describing, other than needing a washroom. And we have many areas in the county that are employment uses that are not, that require washrooms. So that is why I'm not supporting this, because I think it is using our resources in not a good way for our industrial development in the county. So I will not support the recommendation, and I would encourage the applicant to look elsewhere for a particular property. And I'm thinking an aggregate property that is not being used for aggregate, those kind of properties that don't have full servicing, which would be better, I think, for M3. We don't locate waste landfill sites in M3 fully serviced zones, and we shouldn't locate this one there.
Councillor Bell.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will not support the staff recommendation. I think this hydrovac slurry treatment should be properly considered as a waste disposal and treatment facility, which is not permitted under our existing M3 zoning. And to follow on from Councillor Chambers, I believe there are more appropriate and alternative sites within the county that indeed do not require the full servicing that we have in Curtis Avenue. I think we need to be thoughtful as well that we are not seen to be creating special zoning exceptions. There is a strength to our zoning system that people understand it. I know we may be changing away from it shortly in the CPPS, but I'd hate for us to get to a point where people lose their trust in the zoning system. I do think the analysis of the impacts and the operation of this facility have been underdeveloped. I think it lacks some rigor. I think given that we have Jason's Wheelhouse 30 metres away and our community health hub about 150 metres away, this is not the place to put this kind of facility. So again, I will not support the recommendation.
Councillor Miller?
I want to ask, we have kind of taken site plan control out of the planning process, so we don't see it. But at the same time, I want to ask, would a site plan be done up at this stage, or would it be waiting until there was an approved application?
For the mayor to councillor, they do a conceptual, or in this case, a fairly well-done site plan, but we won't finalize and go through the process until after the zoning's approved, generally speaking.
Okay, but in light of the comments we've heard tonight, there's no noise mitigation requirement, so there wouldn't be any noise mitigation in the site plan. Is that a fair statement?
Through the mayor to the councillor, there'd be no requirement to mitigate to any adjacent properties other than to verify the noise study. It doesn't mean there couldn't be additional things. In this case, I think they are adding exterior treatments to try to soften some of the noise, but it wouldn't be a requirement no.
Okay, thank you.
Next, anyone else? Okay, seeing no other comments, I have a comment. I have a few comments. First of all, as one speaker said, you know, some of us won't have to worry about this much longer, so we should vote with our conscience. I have 104 more days to make good decisions, and I'm going to try to make one tonight. I can't support this at all. Anyone who knows me knows that I come from a social place, and I've been very involved with places like Jason's Wheelhouse, chair of the Brantwood, chair of Lansdowne, chair of everything for 20 years, Boys and Girls Club. I can't. I understand that it's a very unique situation, and I'm not sure she should be there. I'm not sure that the activity should be happening, but she's there. And I believe in privilege of membership, and she has been a member for a long time. The garage, I went to high school with these people. They're successful. They're not just somebody who decided to open a garage. They've been very successful for many, couple of decades. And usually you wouldn't have a not-for-profit place dealing with kids and adults and bedtimes and nap times and quiet times, and a garage with a father and son, second generation, getting along and both siding against something like this. So when you have such a contrast to begin with, how can we think this is a good idea? And I don't want to. You deserve to make a living, and I have all the faith in the world with our staff. In my 8 years of being the mayor, I've seen land transfers and swapping, and our staff will find you something more suitable. But please, I hope that if this fails today and you don't get the answer that you want, you don't see it as a slight, because I think it's great that you want to be in the county, but I don't believe that you should come in and disrupt people. I don't think that's cool at all. I know I have my life set up, and I would be horrified if something happened to take away something from me when I haven't asked for it. And I've done my part for society and community, and this is what these people have done. And I just can't support it, but I do hope that you don't run to an appeal and say, this is what they did to us. I don't think we are doing anything to you. If this fails, it might pass. I might be completely out to lunch, but I don't feel good about it, and I won't support it. And I know that our staff will help you find something so that you can do this, but just not there. Just not there. And I understand it's our situation that's put this awkwardness. I'm not sure Jason's Wheelhouse should have ever been there, but it is there. And the Health Hub, Councillor Bell and I worked very hard on the Health Hub, and it's a wonderful place, and it didn't cost any of you a penny. It was done by Brant Municipal Enterprises. We did all of that for you. My name's all over it, and I'm very proud of it, as well as the walking trail that takes you downtown in a wheelchair if you want. You can go up to any of your appointments downtown from the Health Hub. No, I think we've worked too hard to establish an area, some facilities, and I just can't support it. Does anyone else have anything to say before we call the vote? It's on the floor. Councillor Chambers?
I just want to make one comment, Mr. Mayor, and I hope people realize that the property is zoned M3, and there are uses that apply in the M3 zone where someone can come in, and if they meet that requirement, they don't have to apply. They can use or do what they want as long as it is in keeping with the M3 zone. So there may be uses come forward that locate there, like what is there now, a storage yard that people may not like, but if it's an M3 approved use, they can locate there without an application to change anything. So I hope people understand that as well.
Councillor Oakley.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, along the lines of what Councillor Chambers is saying here, and part of the reason behind my support of this application would be M3 includes things like a chemical processing plant, food processing plant. Councillor Howes and I used to get a lot of residential complaints from folks who live next to Pinty's before that left. That usage could also go there just as easily within an M3. It's the reality of, to speak from my own perspective, I bought a house next to an industrial area and a train track. Part of what comes with it, and I don't believe this is any more disruptive than any of those aforementioned uses.
Anyone else have anything to say? Councillor Coleman?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and just off the topic, I'd have to agree with Councillor Oakley. You buy a house and that happens when you're next to it. You can't always have everything right. Anyhow, I will not be voting on this issue, Mr. Mayor. I was not here for the discussion, and so I will be abstaining. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Yeah, you missed an awful lot of information.
My wife was informing me on it, so.
Does anyone else have anything else to say before we call the vote? So the vote is to support the application for approval. All those in favor? You got two there. All those opposed? It fails. Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for coming out today. You can't clap, you can't boo, but you can go home now, and I can't, so. He abstained. Yeah, we have,
Yes, we do.
yeah,
We'd like, sorry.
yeah, we'll get.
Through the mayor to Councillor Miller's question. So council, in the decision to refuse the motion made and to not recommend it, you haven't actually made a decision yet. So we need you to vote and approve something as a majority of what the decision is. So if the alternative is to refuse it, that motion should be made and voted on. So we need an actual decision from council. Right now, there isn't a formal decision made yet.
Councillor Miller,
I'll move that the application be refused.
seeking a seconder, Councillor Pierce. All those in favor? Opposed? Noting that we encourage, opposed, carried. Noting that we encourage staff to work with the applicant to find a great place, because it's an important service, I think. It's unfortunate that we have the situation with a social-based service and a service station side by side, and there is a better place for it. There just is a better place for it. I know that there is. So hopefully staff will work with the applicant to find somewhere else that's more suitable. Does anyone want to take a break? Yep, take a break, 10-minute break. Okay, Gary, can you bring us back? Okay, so we're back in open session here, and we are at 10.1.1, and it's just to accept the additional comments received on the last presentation. You have them in front of you. Yeah, Councillor Oakley, Councillor Kyle, all those in favor to receive? Thank you. 10.2, 1254 Coburn Street East. Logan, that's you. And again, this is another public meeting. We're going to declare it open, which means everyone in the room, if they want to speak to this application after it's being presented, you're more than welcome to come up and you can get 10 minutes to talk to us. And whenever you're ready, Logan.
Apologies, bear with us.
Why is everybody looking at me? I thought I had to sing or something, I think. No singing? No. No clapping? No singing, no clapping, no booing, no jeering. I'll just sit and wait for Logan. There we go.
Apologies, we're just waiting for the presentation. Sorry about that.
No, that's okay.
Making you guys wait, sorry. All right, perfect. Good evening, Mayor Bailey and Council. I'll be presenting for recommendation zoning bylaw amendment application ZBA 126 LK for lands located at 1254 Coburn Street East on behalf of Brooke Butterlock from Zelenka Preamo, courtesy of 214 Carson Co. and Steve Little. So the property is located on the north side of Coburn Street East, east of the County Highway 18, and located in the settlement area of Canesville. Subject lands are approximately 5 acres with a frontage of approximately 115 meters along Coburn Street East. The surrounding area consists of industrial, commercial, and some natural heritage land uses as well. The lands are currently designated as general employment and natural heritage system in our County of Brant official plan and zoned as general commercial C2 in the zoning bylaw. So the applicant is proposing to rezone the lands from general commercial C2 to natural heritage vegetation protection zone NH1 and heavy industrial M3 34 with site-specific provisions that include an increased maximum driveway width, minimum street setback from an arterial road, and a reduced parking ratio. We're staying on topic. Didn't land. The site specific for the rezoning application are a reduced parking ratio of 1 space per 20 square meters for office uses, whereas 1 per 15 square meters is required, and 1 space per 125 square meters for the warehousing facility, whereas 1 per 100 square meters is required, and an increased maximum driveway width of 11.74 meters, whereas 10 meters is permitted, and a reduced street setback of 22 meters, whereas 50 meters is required along an arterial road. Some of the key considerations that have been identified during my review are servicing and natural heritage. So for the servicing portion, the property is currently not serviced by the County of Brant. Is currently not serviced, and the County of Brant lagoon system in Canesville is currently at maximum capacity and cannot receive any more sewage. This property will need to enter into an interim servicing agreement where the property would have a holding tank until construction is completed, where the property would have, and the city of Brantford and county would come to an agreement about where sewage is going. This process has started, however, the completion date remains unclear, and continued discussions with the applicant are being held in this regard. More detailed review will take place through the site plan control process. And for natural heritage, in support of the application, an EIS was submitted and reviewed. During the review of the EIS, staff confirmed that the natural heritage system designation on the property that you saw in one of the earlier slides is not considered a natural heritage feature and should be described as a degraded, non-productive woodland, and could be removed and compensated for through the site plan control process. The natural heritage mapping within the official plan will be revised and updated by staff as a minor refinement through a housekeeping amendment and technical revision as outlined in Part 7, Section 2.7 of the official plan, or 2.0 of the official plan. Hearing some of Council's comments during the information meeting when we were last year regarding the impact to the rail trail that it abuts, as you see on the screen, and the importance of maintaining that separation between uses, staff and the applicant agreed to further enhance and formalize this buffer by rezoning the northern portion of the site to Natural Heritage System Vegetation Protection Zone, NH1. It is also worth noting, as Council knows, the County of Brant has been working to develop a comprehensive land use strategy to create a premier employment hub in Kanesville. Within the recommendation of that strategy, the subject lands as part of this application are designated as employment area with Natural Heritage System along the rail corridor only, therefore aligning with the proposed lands use recommendations as part of this application. So notice of the application was provided to all landowners within 120 meters of the subject lands. At the time of this presentation, public comments regarding the application were received related to the proposal. The concerns raised included noise, traffic, pollution, and landscaping, all of which can be reviewed during the site plan review process. For the reasons outlined in my report, I am recommending ZBA 126 LK be approved. Thank you.
Thanks, Logan. Brooke, did you want to come up and say anything? Yeah. Can I put it on the floor? I need someone to put this on the floor for me. Councillor Howes and Councillor Pierce, thank you. Whenever you're ready.
Oh, great. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of council. Again, my name is Brooke Burlock. I'm a planner with Zelenka Priamo Limited. Thank you. Zelenka Priamo has been retained by the owner, 214 Carson Co. Inc. for the zoning bylaw amendment application. Thank you to staff for processing our application and working through the zoning application and the ongoing site plan approval application. I'll keep my presentation fairly brief, and then I'll be able to answer any questions or comments from council. So the lands are located east of the intersection of Garden Avenue and Colborne Street East and have a total area of approximately 2.06 hectares. The lands were previously developed with a one-story residential dwelling, which has since been demolished. And the remainder of the subject lands are undeveloped, containing existing vegetation. So this is the same concept plan that was shown during the information session, but 214 is proposing to construct one industrial building, approximately 9,407 square meters of gross floor area. Again, the tenant is unknown at this time. It's a speculative build, so it would be any appropriate M3 use within the building. But it would likely be manufacturing or warehousing, similar to the other 214 Carson Co. applications that council has received recently. And again, here's just a preliminary rendering of the proposed development. So under the County of Brant official plan, the subject lands are designated general employment and natural heritage. As Logan noted, the subject lands are located within an established employment area. The general employment designation permits a range of industrial uses. Therefore, the proposed development is permitted under the official plan. A portion of the lands are designated natural heritage. The current natural heritage designation is based off of aerial mapping. As our understanding during the official plan review based in 2023, there was no individual EIS prepared that designated, used to designate the vegetative area as natural heritage. So staff just used general aerial imaging to identify this as natural heritage. Therefore, an environmental impact study was prepared for this application in order to determine the extent of the natural heritage system, which the EIS determined that it is not considered natural heritage, which I can go into some more details in just 2 slides. So under the zoning bylaw, the subject lands are zoned general commercial. Therefore, a zoning amendment is required to facilitate the proposed development and to ensure that the lands are consistent with the official plan. So as I previously mentioned, a portion of the subject lands are designated as natural heritage currently under the official plan. So as per the official plan, boundaries of the natural heritage system are considered to be approximate and may be further refined through additional studies. So therefore, this EIS was prepared. It determined that any of the vegetation found on the subject lands is not considered natural heritage. So through refinement of the natural heritage system, through a technical amendment, based on the official plan policies, no amendment to the official plan is actually required, and it would just be a technical amendment to the natural heritage mapping. So we note that a tree protection plan was prepared for this application and is being reviewed through the site plan approval process. This includes a robust planting on the north portion of the subject lands. And as Logan mentioned in his presentation, the northerly portion of the site will be rezoned to natural heritage vegetative buffer zone to ensure that planting remains. In adding additional buffering to what's already north of the subject lands that buffer the railroad, just to ensure that there's buffering from the proposal and the railroad. So the proposed zoning bylaw amendment contemplates 3 site-specific provisions. One is to reduce the parking requirements as per the submitted transportation impact study, an increase of the driveway maximum to ensure that the truck movements can operate safely, and a reduction in the minimum street setback to 22 meters. And that concludes my presentation. So if there's any questions or comments, I'd be happy to address them.
Thank you very much. Because this is a public meeting, is there anyone in the room that wants to speak to or against this application? I'll ask for a second time. Is there anyone in the room that wants to speak to or against this application? And I'll ask for a third and final time. Is there anyone in the room that wants to speak to or against this application? Seeing none, we'll call this part of the meeting closed, and we'll take it to council for comment. Councillor Pierce, you're first.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Brooke, if I could. So the additional that you're adding on to onto the back of it to the natural, that's great. That's fantastic. But you're taking off the front of the property where it's supposed to be 50 meters. You're looking for 22 meters. Is that a direct result of what we're adding to the natural heritage in the back?
Through you, Mayor, to the councillor. So the reduction of the minimum street setback is because we are internalizing a lot of the functions. So that is loading, waste, and a lot of portion of the parking to the rear of the building, in addition to that tree planting. So that is what it's doing. It's essentially pushing the building closer to the street. And typically that's kind of a best practice in terms of animating the street. We want to try and internalize these kind of noisy procedures of loading, waste, parking behind the building. And so that additional tree planting to the north of the site definitely contributes to, the building being shifted closer to the street.
Okay, so that being said, if I could through you, Mr. Mayor, and if we were to, I think you added 10 meters to the back or something, I think it was around that I read. So if we were to cut that in half, you could add that to the front, or is that not something that would happen?
Through the mayor to you, councillor, that's not a design measure that we would be looking to implement. The proposed tree planting is, the maximum tree planting, and it's maximizing the benefits because, the 10 meters, we'd rather have, the full 10 meters of tree planting as close to the existing vegetation as possible. But without that 10-meter kind of vegetation area pushing the building closer, it's still our opinion that a reduced street setback would be appropriate, just due to the landscaping in front of the building, the urban design kind of principles that are implemented within the elevations. And we also note that that 50-meter requirement for a street setback is only for an arterial road. It happens to be that Colborne Street is an arterial road, but it's not necessarily appropriate for this site and the level of traffic around there. All things considered, taking that vegetative protection zone out of it, that 22 meters would still be an appropriate setback.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Miller, you were next.
Yep, thank you, Mr. Mayor. To Brooke, did the entire natural heritage area disappear according to the EIS?
Through you, Mayor, to Councillor, yes. So as I mentioned, so the natural heritage mapping through the official plan review, that was just done based on aerial imaging. And so once we did an EIS and used the County of Brant's official plan policies to determine what makes up a natural heritage system, it was found that the vegetation, including that vegetative protection zone, actually isn't natural heritage. But again, to ensure that northern natural heritage that's north of the site on the rail trail is protected, that's why we have that vegetative zone.
Yeah, no, I've contended for a long time that a lot of sumac is acting as natural heritage within the county. And you don't go through planning to change that? This is maybe the Jeremy, it's just a technical amendment done by staff.
Through the mayor to councillor, yes. So under the official plan, they can do the EIS to review and assess and determine whether they meet the requirements of being a natural heritage feature. And if they are not, then we would remove the feature. So it's an assessment done by an expert to review and assess for staff then to verify.
Okay, very interesting. Thank you.
Sir Coleman, you're next.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And first of all, a comment to Brooke is that that's not Garden Ave, it's County Road 18. Some Google Maps say Garden Ave, but it's County Road 18. Going on what Councilor Pierce said about moving the building back or whatever for frontage from the road, would it be the same distance back from the road approximately as the building, the new building is to the left of it?
Through you, Mayor to Councillor, yeah, so I do believe it's within a couple of meters, give or take, to the 1228 Colborne Street site, so it's a very similar street setback.
Thank you. And if it's as impressive as the first building, I'm in favor of it.
Councillor Haley?
Hi there, through you, Mr. Mayor. I have a few questions. I wondered if I could look at the map again that showed the natural heritage. The one where it covered half the property. Okay, and that's the trail in green, in the light green, that's the trail? Is that correct?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, so I had a few questions. I wonder if I could see the EIS. Are we able to get a copy of that?
Through you, Mayor, to the Councillor, yes, staff can ensure that Council gets that EIS.
Okay, thank you. And when I look at the natural heritage there that you have on the earlier map, has Trent been able to look at that? Has he been able to visit the site? He's the archery.
Through you, through the Mayor to the Councillor, yeah. So Trent from the Forestry Department has been involved with reviewing the EIS, and as of right now, he has no further comments on the EIS.
Okay. So it is, right now it's zone general commercial, and we keep talking about Cainsville being prestige employment. And that's sort of the gateway to the area, this prestige employment. So why would we want to go from commercial to M3? We've just talked about M3 in another application. We've talked about noise and setbacks, and you've got the trail right there. We have very little park in, I'll take that back. We have the trail that is our sort of linear park, and so it's very important to people. But if you have an M3, you can have noise, you can have pollution, and you have people walking on the trail for health reasons. We've just talked about the trail on Curtis. So similar things I'm bringing up about noise, about people enjoying the trail, that it's a sensitive use. So one question, I have others, is why can't we keep it commercial and keep it, as we say, prestige employment? When we've talked about M3, that's one question I have. Maybe to our planner. I might ask that about our planner.
Through the mayor, yes, thank you for your question. So what this application is actually doing is aligning the zoning on the site to the designation, where commercial doesn't really fit the designation in this instance, whereas through this rezoning application to an industrial use is actually better aligning with the general employment designation on the site.
Okay, just as a follow-up, so if it's better aligning, but it's next to our park, is that better aligning with the zoning of open space in our park? Is that better alignment?
Through the mayor, I believe it would be, yes. The lands are designated for industrial uses through the general employment designation. And by rezoning this site from general commercial to heavy industrial, I believe that would be better suited.
So if we think about people using the trail, heavy industrial is better suited for them?
Through the mayor, I believe it's separate, and that's why we're allowing that. That's why we're proposing the natural heritage protection buffer on the rear 10 meters of the site. I've walked this site actually and gone behind the trail, and there's quite a bit of separation from the property and the trail itself. So I believe with the natural heritage vegetation protection zone buffer in between, it's actually better separating the industrial uses from the recreational uses that the trail has.
Let me just see if I have any, okay. So those are my questions, and I just wanted to bring up, I believe these people live close by, Pam and Perry Van Koolen, who wrote and said that they had concerns about the pollution, the noise. Yeah, so they've expressed concerns about the impact that it would have on the trail. So I just wanted to raise their concerns again.
Through the mayor, thank you. And we have considered their concerns through this application. I believe we have those same comments from them.
Councillor Haley, maybe you could get the address of the people that were concerned so that the clerk has them.
Was here, but it's blacked out.
Okay.
So I think you have it and I don't.
So we have them in our package then. Okay, any other questions, concerns? No? Okay, we have a recommendation in front of us. It's on the floor. It's been seconded. It's for approval. All those in favor? Opposed? And carried. Thank you. Takes us to 10.3, which is 126 Dundas Street East. Lauren, you have that. And it is another public meeting, and we'll declare the public meeting open now. So anyone in the room that wants to speak to this application after the presenter presents, then you're able to speak for 10 minutes. Whenever you're ready, Lauren. Might as well get it on the floor. I need two people to get me on the floor. Councillor Bell and Councillor, which one? House.
Thank you. I'll be presenting zoning bylaw amendment application ZBA 6 26LG and draft plan of subdivision application PS2 26LG submitted by Landwise agent on behalf of Live Communities, owners of lands located at 118 to 132 Dundas Street East and 34 Paris Road. Staff are recommending approval of the applications. The subject lands are located on the south side of Dundas Street East, southwest of Paris Road, and northwest of the Canadian National Railway within the settlement area boundary of Paris. The subject lands are currently vacant and have a frontage of 177.62 meters along Dundas Street East, and 23.16 meters along Paris Roads, in an approximate area of 7.34 hectares. The surrounding land uses consist of commercial and industrial uses to the north, commercial and low-density residential to the east, residential to the south, the Canadian National Railway, and commercial uses are to the southwest. The subject lands are designated as community node, community corridor, and natural heritage system within the official plan. The community node designation is intended to facilitate active transportation connections, mixed-use development, and public spaces. The community corridor is intended to connect community nodes and employment areas, acting as a linear focus for higher density mixed-use development, incremental intensification, and the efficient movement of people and goods. The proposal is in keeping with the intent of the community node and community corridor designations, as the zoning will support an appropriate mix of residential and commercial uses, and support active transportation by providing pedestrian connections throughout the development, which connects to Dundas Street East, and by providing contributions towards a future pedestrian connection under the railway bridge to the lands to the west. The subject lands are zoned as general commercial within the zoning bylaw, and the current general commercial C2 zoning does not permit residential uses. The draft plan of subdivision proposes to establish legal framework to permit the future creation of lots within a common elements plan of condominium. The draft plan of subdivision is seeking approval for the creation of one development block, one natural heritage block, and road widening blocks. The draft plan and draft plan conditions have been provided for council's consideration. The zoning bylaw amendment proposes to change the zoning on the subject lands from general commercial to holding provision, special exception, residential, multiple medium density, natural heritage vegetation protection zone, and natural heritage. The zoning proposes to permit back-to-back townhouses and uses permitted within the mixed-use commercial zone, in addition to the uses currently permitted within the residential multiple medium density zone. Special exceptions are proposed to permit a reduced lot area, lot frontage, street setback, interior side yard setback, landscaped open space, and increased building lot coverage and building height. The existing hedgerow along the CN Rail corridor and areas proposed for woodland restoration will be rezoned to natural heritage, and a 10-meter buffer from the hedgerow in the woodland restoration area will be rezoned to natural heritage vegetation protection zone to further protect the natural heritage features in the future. Key considerations include previous woodland removals. So the woodland had been subject to progressive unauthorized woodland removals by the previous owner. Restoration and compensation is required to restore the most recent removal of 0.5 hectares. A draft plan condition has been included to address this requirement. And land use compatibility. The subject lands are adjacent to the CN Railway and within 300 meters of an area that is designated and contains existing employment uses. The holding provision is proposed to be applied to a portion of the subject lands. The intent of the holding provision is to prohibit development until an updated land use compatibility study and noise and vibration study are completed, and the mitigation measures have been implemented through a subsequent application. Notice of this application was posted on the property on June 24th and mailed to all property owners within 120 meters of the subject lands on June 24th. 7 public comments of support were received, and 1 public comment seeking additional information was received as part of the statutory public information meeting. The comments have been included as part of the agenda package for council's review. For the reasons outlined in the staff report, is my professional recommendation that zoning bylaw amendment ZBA 626LG and draft plan of subdivision PS 226LG be approved, subject to the draft plan conditions. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. We're now going to hear from James Warren, who is the agent to speak to the application.
Good evening, Chair, members of Council, and the public. My name is Edward John. I'm a registered professional planner and happy here tonight to present the application. I want to extend my thanks. I have terrible eyesight, so this is a wonderful pixel. There we go. I think that's it. Thank you. I do want to extend a great lot of thanks to Ms. Graham and staff supporting us through this application. Obviously, we had a great dialogue last time we were in the public meeting, and hopefully addressing some of those aspects before you this evening. Tonight, I am joined by James Warren from my company, who did the design work, as well as representatives from LIV. I won't spend too long. I think Ms. Graham did a very comprehensive overview of the site location. Obviously, the subject lands have frontage on Dundas Street East and Paris Road. Do just want to demonstrate the number of consultants who assisted in the delivery of this planning application. Once again, won't spend too long on the agenda. We'll try and recognize it's been a lively discussion for all involved tonight. I will move quickly on. Ms. Graham gave a good overview of the official plan designation. The intent of the zoning bylaw is to implement the policies and objectives and vision of the official plan. To do so, we are requiring to change the current underlying C2 general commercial zoning. We are proposing a mixed-use zone, primarily consisting of residential uses in the form of street townhouses, and back-to-back townhouses, as well as stacked townhouses and commercial uses. In addition, we are proposing some site-specific provisions to encourage mixed-use development, which is now applied across the site. And through discussion with county staff, we have collectively revised the draft bylaw to utilize a single zone with more simplified provisions, meeting more of the current county zoning bylaw expectations. We're also submitting a draft plan of subdivision. Previously, that draft plan had a total of 5 blocks. Through discussion with staff, we have simplified the approach. We are going through a 1 development block and then several blocks designating natural heritage as well as road widenings in and adjacent to the property. Servicing for this site will utilize existing water and sanitary services. Those would be available in Dundas Street East, while respecting the county's limitation on the number of units per registration. Stormwater management will be managed privately on site to ensure quantity and quality is maintained to maintain flows. This was the previous development proposal, and as I mentioned, there are a number of 2-story townhouse units, 3-story townhouse units, and stacked townhouse units, as well as commercial uses anticipated along Dundas Street. 2 parking spaces are proposed for all traditional townhouse units and 2-bedroom stacked townhouse units, while providing 1 parking space for each 1-bedroom stacked unit. In terms of visitor parking rate, 0.45 spaces per unit is provided throughout the site. And similar, while this concept may change, the intent is to have those higher density uses along Dundas Street East, along with any potential commercial uses, parking behind it, and a centralized amenity area. That amenity area would be available for all residents within all phases of the subdivision. Additionally, the site will be zoned to encourage mixed-use development, and as I mentioned, along Dundas Street East, the anticipated result is to create a pedestrian-predominant feeling along that as it connects through. Just take you quickly through some preliminary elevations. Here are the 2-story townhouse concepts, the 3-story, and a version of the stacked townhouses. In terms of the supporting studies, the ones available on the screen have taken us to the position we are, where we feel confident that the principle of the land use can be supported. We have a number of draft plan conditions, which, as Ms. Graham highlighted, will ensure that we have a tree canopy going in for compensation, that we deal with some of the transport aspects that were raised in our last meeting. I did mention our draft zoning bylaw has been reduced both in terms of the number of variations requested as well as the scale of those variations, intended to then more closely relate to the existing framework of performance standards. A holding provision has been added to ensure compatibility studies are finalized and that those recommendations are implemented. And On a final note, all detailed comments such as fencing and berms will be addressed through the site plan stage. In terms of a summary, the design will be refined through that site plan stage and additional comments and outcomes of studies introduced. We do believe that the product before you is a compact and efficient design, which will contribute to the density and housing goals of the county and supports complete community objectives. Overall, it's my professional planning opinion that this represents good planning. That concludes my very brief presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Because this is a public meeting, is there anyone in the room that wants to speak to or against this application? Come on up. We'll just need your name and your address for the clerk, please. And you have 10 minutes.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, my name is Joe Jealous Design and Construction. I live at 36 Paris Road.
Thank you.
Right adjacent to the development that's proposed by Live Communities and Landwise. My comments are on record, and I'm sure that the technical issues that I mentioned in my comments will be addressed during the site plan stage, but I'd like to talk a little bit about density because I feel that's very important. The density of this development, as I mentioned at the previous public meeting, 318 units, that's potentially 1,000 individuals that will be living just across the fence from where we are. That's 1,000 new individuals just in this little corner on Dundas Street. Our family has grown up in construction in this community in Brantford and Brant County for over 50 years. The last 35 years of development, last 35 years of our business has been in development. In fact, in Paris, we have had 5 residential developments in the past with over 200 homes in various places in Paris. Presently, we're working in Brantford and in Delhi. Residential, as I mentioned in my previous comments, we're not against it. Residential is a great idea, I think, for this area. I would like to see a more moderate development is maybe the basis of my comment here. Something consistent with the small town Paris that our family moved into over 50 years ago. It seems like there's so much development that's happening in Paris residentially and a very tight, high density development, something that I do not do, something that as a developer I refuse to do. But that's something I would still like to see residential development in Paris because it's a perfect community for this. Just the density of 318 units is a lot. Just in summarizing it, I think this approval is premature until the land use study is complete for Paris Road, that Paris Road corridor going right from Dundas Street right to Oak Park Road. Our property is 35 acres, extending from the Live development almost all the way to the water tower. So that's a large portion of property that is also going to be developed in the future. I realize that within the county of Brant, I think it all has to be taken a look at comprehensively. That's why I think this proposal is just a wee bit premature. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you for your comments. Is there anyone else in the room that wants to come up and speak to this application, to or against? Yep, come on up. And just your name and your address, please, for the clerk.
14 Curtis Avenue South, Jennifer Walls. Sorry, I was going to watch all at home. I didn't know that Dundas and Paris was up tonight. So I still have concerns about the transportation with all these people that we're putting in that very dense area with the train there. And I want to just have on record, like, what's going to happen to those houses? Because if our house shakes because of the train, and all the neighbors' houses shake because of the train, you're putting it right beside the train. What happens when their foundations fall and I'm gonna say the wrong word, helicopiles is what we had to put in our basement when our house fell. And it's expensive. Like, our first couple quotes was $120,000. Like, that's expensive for somebody to take that on, of new families. Those are beautiful homes. I would love to live in it if I was 20 again. Those are not the kind of homes I'm looking for as I age and as people become unwell in our areas, that people that we're looking after that are aging. We need more smaller homes that people can actually move to that are sensible. Anywho, I just wanted to make sure that you understand about how many accidents, and even with the signs up right now under the train tracks, people are constantly going under that train tracks. And when it poured rain and all those trees fell on our detoured areas, and like on Dundas, all that water seeped into that construction area on Dundas. It was a nightmare if you were in Paris when any of that stuff was happening. It backed up traffic, there was accidents, police, fire, and ambulance couldn't get to them. Like, there was multiple situations. So we're just adding to the situation because we are bound by our geography. We cannot change that. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the room that wants to come up and speak to or against this application? Ask for a second time, is there anyone in the room that wants to come up and speak to or against this application? Come on up. And your name and address for the clerk, please.
Claudine Craigie, 88 King Street, Burford. I was a Paris resident, and I moved to Burford in 2020 because of the development. I have driven in Paris for more than 20 years. I don't want to drive in Paris anymore. The urban development that you have placed in it, you have no infrastructure. You're gonna put in 300 townhomes. We don't have a school for those kids to go to. We don't have streets for those cars to drive on. We don't have the infrastructure. We have no high school for these kids. I have a 19-year-old who was born and raised in Paris and will tell you she does not consider Paris her hometown anymore. Burford is. Because Paris, there's no turkeys on Rest Acres anymore. There are no deer. There are no forests. We came back in 2015 and was told that the forest on Rest Acres was diseased and couldn't be replaced, and you replaced it with homes. A lot of homes. Homes where people love to live and love this community, and we still do. But we can't get around this community. Our children don't have the right schools to go to in all of Brant County. I'm not just talking about Paris. You want to put urban development all over Brant County, except we have no infrastructure. Nothing. I have a child that is going to university, and she's out of province, and she had no guidance in her high schools at all. They're so overworked. She didn't have a locker. You want to put in 300 houses that will have 1,000 people in it? Ask the grade 9 how they carry their bags around these high schools. Ask the kids how many winter shoes they go through. Before you look at this urban development, that is the last corner of Paris that really truly is Paris. If you put up urban development on the last corner to Paris, it loses its original look. It loses that feel, but on top of it, you're gonna have multiple complaints from everybody. I can't get around Paris, there's too much construction. I can't get through here, there's a detour here. I can't do this, I can't get there, I can't do this. The whole thing is that everybody and what they're saying to you, stop developing it and start building it as a community. Do we need that urban development in Paris? That is the question. And why do we need it there? And why do I watch that we have natural heritage and every application takes that heritage and shrinks it? I've watched 2 applications. I'm okay with the development. I agree with it. But now, have you been on the corner of Dundas and Paris Road? There was a massive accident, on the 403. I tried to get to Oak Park to take my mom to dinner at the old schoolhouse. I had to drive all the way to Paris Road to come back and around because of all the construction, because one person thought it would be a good idea to fly through onto the 403 and shut it down. I came from Oakville, Ontario. I watched Glen Abbey be built. That is not my Oakville. That's not where I was raised. I was raised in Oakville, in the town of Oakville. That Oakville that I see now, we left it to come to Paris, to come to Brant County. I just ask that the council truly look at these applications and think, are you doing it for the best of Paris and the residents that they want? And why are we accepting 10 meters of heritage to be left? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else in the room that wants to speak to or against this application? Come on up. Yep. And just your full name and address, please, for the clerk.
So my name's Dave Kerr. I live 571 Paris Road.
Thank you.
I'm actually here for something different, but living on Paris Road, and there are others here that also live on Paris Road, the construction that is currently happening, and I'm not sure why we did everything at the same time, but it's, the traffic is unbelievable. And the accident that you spoke of, we had cars coming around the barriers and around the signs. I had transport trucks turning around in my driveway because they couldn't go any further. That's how bad the traffic's gotten. Some days, even when there wasn't construction, there's no way out of Paris other than to come down Paris Road for most people. It takes me 10 minutes, sitting at the end of my driveway, waiting to turn right, waiting to turn left. You know, I can't, everybody's living it that's living in that area. And it just keeps getting worse and worse and worse. And what are we gonna do with another 1,000 cars, another 20 trucks, another bunch of trucks? You know, I mean, it's just getting to the point of that is an area that I understand they need to, they wanna develop. But I mean, that's the first thing people see when they drive into Paris. They're gonna see factories, they're gonna see other stuff. We already got a Brimmich, like 40 feet down the road, along with another warehouse, and Lord knows what else is going in there. And I understand you get development charges. I understand the province wants everybody to develop, add more houses, do more infrastructure. I get that. But it's just not the right place. And it's, there's other areas it could go, but, and I understand that you want to develop the houses and stuff, but something a little nicer. We don't have a retirement community in Paris. What do the senior people do when they get to the point where they can't climb stairs anymore? They want to sell their house. They have nowhere to go. They can go to Brantford, they can go into Delhi, they can go into Burford, but they want to live in Paris because that's their home. But they can't because there's nowhere to go. So maybe somebody should look at developing something like that instead of, townhouses. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Are you boiling eggs over there? All right. Is there anyone else in the room that wants to go up and speak to this application, to or against? I'll ask for a second time. Is there anyone left in the room that wants to speak to or against this application? I'll ask for a third and final time. Is there anyone in the room that wants to come up and speak to this application? Seeing none, we'll call this part of the meeting over, and we'll go back to council. It's on the floor. It has a mover. Who wants to speak first? Councillor House?
Comments or just questions?
Comments.
Comments, okay. Yeah. Since it's comments, I touched on this when this came around on the front end. And I'm respectful of the varying concerns of people that spoke in the public portion. I want to zero in specifically on the train bridge. So I've lived in Paris my whole life, 60 years, and that train bridge has not changed at all in 60 years, and I have no confidence at all that it's going to change
in the rest of my lifetime. You know, we've put in some push-button pedestrian lights and as a mitigation factor, but I believe, firmly believe, that housing 800 to 1,000 people on one side of the train bridge when there's a Starbucks and a Swiss Chalet and a grocery store on the other side of the train bridge, I think it's dangerous. I think it's irresponsible planning. And I'm going to quote from this report, page 12 out of 28 of the report. This is a comment from our operations department. Pedestrians from the proposed residential development would be isolated from the community to the west of the site until such time as the CN rail structure is replaced to include an improved pedestrian corridor. We would be purposely isolating 800 to 1,000 people. I just think this is a terrible idea. It's zoned commercial. We're never going to see the trading post come back to that spot. That was what used to be there. There was supposed to be a grocery store rumored to go in after the trading post disappeared. Those are all commercial uses of a commercial zoned property, but I have deep, deep concerns about allowing for 318 dwellings in that location, and I can't support it.
Councillor Miller, go to you first.
Okay, I saw Councillor Oakley also have his hand up as well. I just want to ask a few questions, if I could, maybe to the applicant. My understanding is there's two studies, a compatibility study and the vibration study, and that's why you're applying for the H designation. Why don't you just let those two studies come out and then come back and put in your application? Why the H? What's the hurry?
Through the chair to the councillor. So though the holding provision allows for the finalization of that study, to implement some of those findings, we're going to have to get into detailed design. So that is looking at not just construction methodologies, but how the houses and the outdoor living areas are located. And so that's something we wanted to do once we understand that the principle of the land use has been supported, to allow us then to go and invest and make sure that in terms of how we lay out the subdivision, that it is appropriate and meets those. So we have done the draft version of that study. We're happy that the principle of the land use can be supported in this location. It would just take further changes to the concept plan in order to implement them, and we want to be satisfied that we have an approval to go forward before we make that type of investment.
Okay, so the H stands for hedge. You're hedging your bets, it sounds like.
I believe it's holding, but...
It's holding. Okay, Liv, has Liv dealt with the First Nations before?
Through the chair, they have. Liv has done a number of applications in Brantford and have dealt with a number of nations, 6 nations, I believe, as well. We do have a representative here who may be speaking more detail, but we understand through draft plan condition that consultation and accommodation is a requirement.
Okay, yeah, you'll need some experience there. Okay, thank you. I wanted to ask through you, Mr. Mayor, maybe I could ask our staff, maybe Lauren or whoever wants to answer it. There's talk of a Paris East secondary plan. It's underway. And it's also referenced in one of the applications that come after this one. I want to know who is working on that. How long does it take? Does the plan come back to the planning committee? And would it influence this application?
Through the mayor. So the request for proposal has been circulated for the Paris East secondary plan. I believe that it will be returning to council in September. Oh.
Sorry, through the mayor, it's a project that's been just moving along, so Lauren isn't involved on it. So to clarify this, the secondary plan's coming. You will be seeing the RFP quotes for us to award that at the end of the month. So they'll be starting this fall, and it's about probably a 1.5 to 2 year process to go through all the various studies, which will include traffic, active transportation, including pedestrianization, land uses, servicing, including stormwater outlets, et cetera. So it's a very significant amount of work that's going to be taking place. That's why it's going to take a long period of time, overlapping planning and engineering together to come back with a really strong plan. The reason I'm going to highlight the active transportation in that in terms of walking is you will also note in Lauren's conditions that we have for this that she's provided and that we brought forward to you is the condition that the developer is on the hook to address active transportation and moving pedestrians through that CN rail bridge. There is a condition that says they are to pay proportional costs, which we will determine hopefully what that would be maybe through the secondary plan to see some connection from the east side of town into the west side based on everything that's going to go on there and how we resolve that as we move forward.
Okay, through you again, Mr. Mayor. I don't understand why we don't get this plan done first and then look at this application. Because, I mean, the fact that the public school board is asking everybody to know that there's, you may not get a spot in the schools. I don't know why we're not looking at that first and then having the application come in. And I thought Mr. Kerr made a good suggestion, we don't really have a lot of seniors places. And maybe that would be something you would look at. So why didn't we do this first and then look? How are the two mesh? That's what I'm missing, I guess.
Through the mayor to the councillor, that is a good question, reasonable question. Ultimately, yes, we probably should have done the Paris East secondary plan and started a few years ago.
Okay.
So we're behind the ball. And that's not that's something that we should have been doing in advance. We should have been further ahead. Unfortunately, because of staffing, resources, everything, various things, we're at where we're at. They made the application prior to us moving forward, so they have every right to move forward under the current official plan and the designations and work with that and move forward in advance of the Paris East secondary plan. Anything coming forward after we start the Paris East secondary plan, we'll be able to stall them under our current official plan to say, because we're in the process of doing the secondary plan. Okay. But they're ahead of the game on us, fortunately, or unfortunately for them, or us. But looking at the application.
Okay.
What are the implications? It is a bit of a tucked in corner. So the issues that we're looking at in terms of those bigger issues, I think this site's not going to negatively impact those broader issues we're looking at in the broader area in terms of land uses, road and traffic impacts in terms of road alignments, things like that. Because it's tucked in here, you can't do much more than what they're proposing to do. Staff has made the efforts and the requirements in the draft plan conditions that they will have to accommodate the lands to the south and make sure that they are tied together and that they can develop appropriately because they are residential too. So we are making sure they're developing appropriately and can be done appropriately. Anything further south is in the employment lands. So this top corner can develop somewhat separately and still go ahead and advance without, I think, negatively impacting the broader study. In terms of the other question on seniors, well, if somebody wants to come in and propose something, that's up to a developer, but we can't dictate that.
No, and I understand. And I appreciate your honesty on that answer. It sounds like ideally we would like that secondary plan done, obviously. There's a horse and a cart issue here, and okay, fair enough. So thanks for the answer.
Councillor Oakley, you're next.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, some comments. So first of all, similar to Councillor House, I'm not entirely sure how I'm going to go this evening because I have some similar concerns to Councillor House about sort of this being in an island, and I recognize that, as part of the approval of this, there is a requirement for there to be an equal contribution from the developer to dealing with the active transportation issue. I'm just not sure if there is one that exists, short of tunneling under the CN bridge, and good luck getting that through CN. But I wanted to speak more generally in regards to some of the public comments in regards to the types of housing that we're looking at here, because we've had that conversation quite a lot and relevant to this conversation, some conversations we've had last week. I want to highlight, I 100% agree with one of the delegations in terms of that we need more smaller housing. The reality is today, that's what this looks like. You have apartment buildings, you have townhouses, those are your smaller options. The days of the wartime housing on an acre lot don't exist anymore. That's not going to happen. So if you want smaller lots, this is what it looks like, smaller options. Further, I actually ran for council primarily because I was distraught and appalled by, things going on in Burgess Bush, things going on Rest Acres, and this also is how you handle that. You don't go over more farmland, go over more natural heritage by encouraging density. This is precisely, there was a comment about we should be looking at this less dense. I would make the strong argument that's precisely the wrong thing to do. This needs to be a densified development unless we want to continue to go through urban sprawl. And further, just to address another comment as well, my family moved here in 2004 in the development up on Long Lane, Kelly Court. At the time, I'm sure the people in Paris were like, those houses shouldn't have built. And then the folks in my neighborhood who lived there, the next development, that shouldn't have been built. The reality is, at some point, housing gets built, and that's why you live here. And I feel like intrinsically what it's asking is for us to take the privilege of being able to live in this community and pull up the ladder behind us. And I don't think that's appropriate. Thank you.
Councillor Pierce, you're next.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. So I'm going to start by saying that I got a few comments here. I'm going to start by saying that council will recall when this came to us for information purposes only, I voted no. At that point in time, I didn't want any part of what is going on in that area for residential. This is zoned as C2. We are under commercialized in this town. I still call it a town. I wasn't born here, but I was raised here. We're under commercialized. That property is zoned as it is right now, does not support residential. So that's why they're going through this. I get it. Now, that being said, Liv is also up on Rest Acres Road. They've got, I believe, another bunch of houses going up in there. We don't need any more housing in our pipeline in order to meet our targets that the province has set for us. So, to me, that's another point on this, that it should not even be looked at, in the sense that we've got what we've been dictated by the province to do. We're gonna go beyond that anyway with what is already in the pipeline. If you read through our package, there's several comments in there, some from our own planning policy, that states that maybe this is premature. This application is premature. And unfortunately, it puts us, and I'll say us as a municipality or any other municipality, as to a completed application starts the clock, whether it's premature or not. That, to me, that's not, I'm going to say that's not fair. I'm not sure that's the words I'm looking for, but that's not right. If something is premature, when there are so many studies that need to be completed, all of a sudden now there's a hold on it. Now, the hold is on there because all these studies still need to be done. So how could we possibly be looking at approving something that still has all these studies to go, has been noted as premature? I'm not sure how we can do that. And then, as was noted before, if we recall on this council, I'm not sure if it was last term or the term before, when we looked at potentially putting pedestrian crossing underneath that CN bridge, and we're pretty much flat out no, to the point that was made here earlier by CN. So I don't know if that's going to happen. So I cannot support this in any way, shape, or form, regardless of whether it's Liv, regardless of who the developer is. That's a moot point to me. The fact is, this is commercial property. It needs to be commercial property. It needs to remain commercial property because that is what we need. We do not need any more residential properties, and I'll leave it at that.
Councillor Bell, you're next.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Everything Councillor Pierce said I agree with, but I'm going to give some questions, and I'll come back later with some comments if I may. We're being asked to approve the draft plan of subdivision application. I didn't see a site plan in the package that we had. I saw one in the presentation, but there wasn't one in here. So is the intent still to build 318 dwellings in this space?
Through the mayor. So the applicants, they have simplified the application to allow for the commercial element as well. The original site plan that was proposed with the phasing, it was very limited with regards to any potential commercial which could be implemented on the site. So they've implemented it, taking it from 5 development blocks to 1 development block. And then through the land use compatibility and noise assessment, then they would be able to confirm which portion of the lands could then be made into residential developments versus commercial.
I find it extremely difficult to approve a site plan without seeing a site plan. It's really just impossible. I asked the question last time round of the developer's agent, if he stuck to the RM2 zoning instead of putting in 13 quite significant variance requests, how many properties would he build on this property, on this site? I'm not sure I got an answer.
Through the chair to the councillor, apologies. Could you repeat the question? How many?
Yeah, last time round when you were here, I said if you stuck to the RM2 zoning, so you didn't need 13 quite significant variances, which I'll talk about a little bit more in commentary, how many dwellings would you put on this site?
Through the chair to the council, so we haven't looked at that. Obviously, there is a number of permitted uses on the site, so in part of the application, we're also looking at mixed use and commercial, so it's going to be a variety depending on the layout and the road layouts. It would be difficult to do that, but certainly from a product perspective, Live are very confident in the functionality of the provisions of the units that they're providing in for.
Sorry, with respect, you're not answering my question. And you didn't answer my question last time round. So I'll leave it with you, but I'll leave that as a thought in your mind. Let me just focus on the minimum lot size. At the last meeting when you were here, when Liv were presenting, there was another staff report later in the day from the ministry. I think it was regard to Bill, I can't remember the exact number, but staff supported 175 square meters as a minimum lot size. And here you're presenting for our approval lot sizes which are as low as 118, 2/3 the size of what you are saying earlier you recognise as a minimum that we could be comfortable with. Let me ask the question in the CPPS terms. If all of these variances, and this is going to Jeremy, if we had CPPS and all these variances were accepted, what would the FSM be? How much would we get back in FSM?
Through the mayor, I actually don't know. I haven't calculated that. Didn't dive into that analysis and this development at this point. So it's a little premature for us to be doing it at this point because we would do it at the site plan stage when we're looking at the actual numbers and units. But Lauren did approach a note in her report that from a community planning permit perspective, this site wouldn't need any variation. There wouldn't almost be any variations.
Yeah, so I think you're getting to where I wanted to get to here, Jeremy. I think if we were looking at this under CPPS, all of these variances we wouldn't even be talking about. And I think we're talking about a different subject. We'll come back to that one later in the month. This is Pandora's box for a developer. That's what we're opening. I'm going to leave it at that. I've got some more comments specifically about this later, Mr. Mayor. I'll let other people come in.
Yep. Councillor Haley, you're next.
Sorry, just find my notes here. I can't read my writing, so just one moment here. Yes, I don't know if I'm pronouncing through you, Mr. Mayor. One of the presenters, was it the builder Joe Chalice? Am I saying the name correctly? Chalice? Yeah. I think that he has a lot of local insight. He's built over 200 homes. And I feel that he's from Paris, knows Paris, and he's asking about doing the East Paris land use study. I don't know if I'm calling it correctly or whatever, but I just feel that when I see the H, the holding pattern, and there's incomplete studies, and Joe himself is a developer, but he's saying, look, let's get the whole picture right before we proceed. I just think he's got a bit of wisdom there. I agree. I think Lucas mentioned about, you have density, you protect farmland. I agree with that. But I also see, I forget, I think it's Councillor Pierce said about commercial. It was zoned commercial and we protect commercial. So I think you have a good point there. And I'm still trying to understand the CPPS and the impact this would have on, I think Councillor Bell has a better grasp of it than I do. But yeah, how would the CPPS impact this? I'm trying to still understand that. So that's just my comments.
Okay. Maybe the clerk could have the picture of the layout for us in our Friday file. It's on his presentation, unless you want to send us your, can we have your whole presentation sent to us? You have it? Perfect. Perfect. Councillor Kyle, you're next.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor, through you. So I know one of our delegations had mentioned the schools, and I noted that there was comments from Grand Erie District School Board. I assume this was circulated to both school boards, and was there follow-up with the Catholic Board to see if they had comments on the application?
Through the mayor, the application was circulated to both school boards. No comments were received from the Catholic School Board.
And was there any follow-up with them to, kind of prod them, knowing that we do have issue with school capacity in the broader area?
Through the mayor, unfortunately, no, there was no follow-up with the Catholic School Board.
Okay. I think, Mr. Mayor, if I could, just a couple of comments. I share a lot of the same concerns as Councillor Pierce and some of my other colleagues. So while I do appreciate the mix of different housing types, and that's something we certainly do require, and it's something we desperately need, I am not so sure that this is quite the right spot for it. And I do also agree that since it is designated commercial, that it really should be something that we're trying to bring to that area is the commercial businesses. So I'm not supportive of the application at this point.
More comments? Councillor Bell?
I cannot support the staff recommendation. I think the application is transparently premature. We're missing studies. We have potential land compatibility issues. We have potential traffic issues. Our own planning team, our own policy planning team, Six Nations, CN Rail, the school boards, they've all indicated the same concern. And we didn't even have a site plan to look at. And the fact we don't have a Paris East secondary plan, I think, just undermines this whole rush to get this thing through. We should be in receipt of that plan so we can work forward with some logic. And I find the ask for 13 different variances against our zoning bylaw is motivated by developer profitability. And having asked the question twice about what the number of properties would be if we'd stuck to our zoning bylaw, and I haven't got an answer, I feel that just illustrates the concern and the interest that the developer has in helping and working with us. I'd like to know what the FSM value for accommodating such variances would be under the CPPS, but I believe there isn't any. And I think that actually really does concern me, that the CPPS represents the Pandora's box for developers. And I think it seriously undermines the integrity of our official plan. Final comment. These are 318 units that were never in our official plan.
Councillor Oakley, you're next.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to agree with some comments from Councillor Bell. I'm going to disagree with some others. I think, as we've had this back and forth many times before, I think the reason we see a lot of variance is quite frankly because the zoning bylaw is decades behind what our official plan actually asks for. That being said, given the absence of the various studies, how things with CN are going to be dealt with, I do agree with the comments that I think ultimately this is premature, even though ultimately, like, in terms of what I think this area should be developed into, I think, this is what types of things we should be looking at, the mixed commercial with the residential. I think that does then protect the intent of there being commercial there, having that commercial along the front street with residential in the back. I do like that aspect. I like the aspect of adding the additional entrance, but ultimately I think that this development is premature to numerous studies and other considerations to be dealt with at this time.
Councillor Chambers.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And again, some comments to support my reason for not being able to support the recommendation. And it's kind of a blend of what people have already said. But first of all, the H provision, it's somewhat, I think, unusual to apply H provisions on the basis of not having the studies performed. Usually H provisions are related to lack of servicing and requirements for servicing to be in place before the zoning approvals are. So that, in my mind, is what some of the councilors said is more of a situation that is premature than a valid reason for letting them move forward. So H's, in my mind, should probably be more in tune with the unavailability of servicing rather than the incompletion of studies. The next reason would be with regard to commercial as opposed to residential. I believe we have a lot of residential designations in and around Paris and in and around other parts of the county as well. I don't think we are in a position where we have to find more residential development. If anything, people are saying we have too much. So taking another designation away and adding more residential is not, in my mind, good planning for Brant County at this point, because we have all kinds of residential land designated. As opposed to commercial, which we are always looking for commercial and employment lands to offset the tax ratios of commercial, residential. If our residential assessment is increasing faster than our commercial industrial, then that's not good for the financial position of the county. So we need to curb residential, which is hard to do because applications are made for residential areas, but we can curb it by not adding more residentially zoned properties at the expense of what we're trying to increase. So it should remain commercial to allow us to maintain a better commercial residential mix in the county, and it's not a situation where we need to find residential areas. We have them designated a lot now. So those are my reasons for, and the other reason is with the railway, and this is what Councillor Howes is suggesting, we all know through our experiences that railways are very difficult to deal with. They have their own rules, it seems, and for planning and municipalities to deal with railways, we can't even get them to not honk the horn. There's lawsuits against railways from municipalities because they don't want to agree with our Drainage Act, those kind of things. Railways are difficult to deal with, and there's a railway right there, and there's some issues with the railway. So those are my reasons for not being able to support the application at this time.
Okay. Anyone else want to say anything before I call a vote? We have a recommendation in front of us to approve. So we're going to call a vote to approve the application that's in front of us. All those in favor? Am I muted? Anyone against the application? So that's unanimous. So I think what I need now is a motion. Who wants to make? Councillor Oakley?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I'll move that we reject the application.
You're the seconder? Okay, any other comments? Should we say we should reject it because it's premature? Just reject it, okay? It's on the floor, it's got a seconder for just reject it. All those in favor? Opposed and carried. There we go. Are we supposed to take a break now? We're going to take a bit of a break now. Dinner is there for anyone who's, so 15 minutes. Okay, we're going to keep going here. We're at 10.4, 249 Brent Road. It's also a public meeting, so we'll declare it open. And I need two counselors to put me on the floor so I can talk about it. Counselor Haley and Counselor Coleman, just to get it on the floor. Okay. Lauren?
Thank you. I'll be presenting zoning bylaw amendment application ZBA 1226LG, submitted by Goldberg Group, agent on behalf of Green Space Properties, Inc., owners of the lands located at 249 Brant Road. Staff are recommending approval of this application. The subject lands are located north of Blue Lake Road, south of Scenic Drive, and west of Brant Road within the geographic township of South Dumfries. The lands have a frontage of approximately 177 meters along Brant Road in an area of approximately 3.96 hectares. The subject lands are currently used as a contractor's yard. The land was previously a petroleum fuel storage facility and is considered a contaminated brownfield site. The surrounding area consists of predominantly agricultural uses, with residential uses located to the north and southeast and an industrial use to the southeast. The subject lands are designated as general employment within the official plan and zoned as heavy industrial within the zoning bylaw 6116. ZBA 1226LG proposes to rezone the subject lands from heavy industrial to special exception heavy industrial to permit a soil processing and remediation facility in addition to the current M3 uses. The current zoning bylaw does not have a definition for soil processing and remediation facilities. Therefore, the applicants have provided a definition which includes the temporary storage, handling, treatment, and processing of dirt, soil, earth, fill, or other similar materials, including tertiary biosolids and other non-agriculturally sourced materials, for the purpose of reuse and operation of the use will be in accordance with an environmental compliance approval. Site-specific provisions for parking are being proposed, including one space per 40 square meters for an office space associated with soil processing and remediation site, and one space per hectare for all other uses, whether enclosed or unenclosed. Key considerations include natural heritage. An environmental impact study was submitted due to the proximity to existing natural heritage features, including a significant wetland, which is approximately 70 meters from the subject lands. The EIS determined that there is sufficient separation between the natural heritage features and the proposed development. Additional mitigation measures and best management practices will be implemented through a future site plan control application. And land use compatibility. The proposed use is considered a Class 2 industrial use based on D6 guidelines, which has a minimum separation distance of 70 meters to sensitive land uses. The development is located greater than 70 meters to the closest residential dwelling. Additional mitigation measures will be implemented through site plan control process, and an environmental compliance approval will be required with the Ministry of the Environment, Conservation, and Parks. Following the June 9th statutory public information meeting to council, the applicants have provided a memo to specifically address council's concerns and to provide information regarding the ECA process. Notice of this application was posted on the property on June 19th and mailed to all property owners within 120 meters of the subject lands on June 24th. One public comment of support was received and two public comments seeking additional information were received. The comments and the response memo have been included as part of the agenda package for council to review. For the reasons outlined in the staff report, it is my professional recommendation that zoning bylaw amendment application ZBA 1226LG be approved. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. I will now call on the agent from Goldberg Group. Somebody's still here online.
Good evening, Mr. Chair.
Hi, how are you?
Very well. I hope you are as well.
There you go. Do you have a presentation or are you just here for questions?
I can run through our presentation. I really don't have much to add from the slide deck that was shown at the public meeting, but I am happy to answer any questions or advise of the additional information that was provided through staff.
Okay, that's great. Is there anyone in the room that wants to speak to or against this application? I'll ask for a second time. Is there anyone in the room that wants to speak to or against the application? I'll do it for a third and final time. Is there anyone in the room that wants to speak to or against this application? Seeing none, we'll go right on to council. Council, what do you think? Councillor Bell?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Interestingly enough, when you get into the details of this report, this facility is also a hydrovac slurry treatment facility. So going back to the earlier issue we had on our agenda, why is it different? Why would I think about it differently? Well, there isn't a Jason's Wheelhouse next door. There isn't a community health hub next door. It's an isolated site. I actually have been here long enough to remember what the site used to look like when it was an oil storage site. I think there's a perfectly good use for this site, and therefore I can be very, very supportive of it.
Yeah, me too. Councillor Miller, you're next.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, thank you. I wanted to ask the applicant about the odors. Reading through Lauren's report tonight, she talked about there'll be processes, I guess, you do to try and mitigate odors. Can you just kind of speak to what you're doing over and above to control the odors? Are there any mechanical means to control the odors?
There's a variety of means, many of which are somewhat technical, but I think it starts with the selection of materials that would be brought to the site. There would be, it's not just hydrovac slurry, or for lack of a better word, that would be brought to site. It would include fill. This is a site expressly for remediating impacted soils. So there would be a lot of testing ahead of time to know sort of exactly what is in that material that's being brought onto the site. Tertiary biosolids, there were some questions about that at the last meeting, are only imported for in their dry form, which has very little odor and would be stored in a covered location. And the purpose of that is really just to add nutrients back into soil once it is remediated. The actual means of processing, obviously if it's hydrovac, there is a dedicated area on the site, and maybe it would be best if Lauren could pull up the site plan, or I can certainly share a site plan. That would be put on its own, a dedicated pad. It would be allowed to drain. The drainage would go into the on-site stormwater management pond, which would be, if there's impacted fluids, that would be treated before discharge. And only after the hydrovac has been, shall we say, dried and aerated, it would be moved into a biopile where it would be treated through a variety of means. There would be phytoremediation, mycoremediation, which uses fungi, as well as other methods to aerate and treat the soil. I'm not going to say that there will not be odors. I think what we're looking at here is a variety of treatment methods to control the odors. First and foremost being the separation distance from the adjacent properties, which, as was noted by Lauren, consists of 2 residential properties within the 300-meter area of influence, but only 1 property that is even close to the 70-meter separation. It's actually, I believe, about 85-meter separation. That itself is from the property line. There is an additional 50-meter setback before you even reach the operative part of the yard itself within the site. So distance obviously helps. Knowledge of what is coming onto the site, which allows green space to proactively plan for it. Obviously, the site would run under an ECA process, potentially more than one, which would require a series of best management practices and a very detailed odor management plan. And the memo that was provided by the project engineer, SLR, did provide details of what is typically included and what the ministry will be looking for. And also the design of the site, which, if you'll recall from the public meeting, includes a 3-meter berm along those areas which face towards Brant Road and to the north, where the residential uses are primarily located, would help sort of block those. What I think the engineering term is fugitive, which I know does sound somewhat sinister, but I'm told is just the technical term, which applies to just sort of odors that are naturally released, and that berm would help block them. Obviously, the vegetation that we're going to be planting up on that berm, which included well over 100 trees, will, sort of act as, in stormwater management parlance, as a treatment train to sort of address and mitigate the odors as, hopefully preventing them from leaving site altogether.
Okay, again, through the mayor, thank you for that detailed answer. I will tell you right now, I'm leery of odors from past experiences. One of the neighbors hypothetically might, they have an issue with the odors. What processes do they have to let people know that these odors are not good or stronger than they want to be? Would they approach somebody at the site, or would they call the ministry? What would you suggest if a neighbor had an issue with the odors?
So as part of the best management plan, practice plan that the ECA would require, it does include a complaints process, which would potentially include direct contacts at the ministry and at the site. Obviously, this would be an actively managed site. There would be staff on hand, and I'm sure the details obviously to be worked out, but would allow for those issues to be proactively managed. I do know there was also some discussion at the community meeting about other sites that were, at least as my client advised me, were operating without licensing or permits. And certainly the goal of this proposal is to prevent that from happening and manage these sort of uses in a proper way that is approved by the province and has these sort of stopgaps and fallback options in place to avoid negative impact on the community.
Okay, thank you. And I understand also through the report that this service is needed. So thank you for the answers.
Councillor Pierce, you're next.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So here we go, slurry 2.0. What's the difference? As my ward mate said here, it's location, location, location. We can't even compare these two. I just wanted to, there was something mentioned earlier in regards to knowledge of what is coming onto your site. I like that statement. Hopefully it bears the weight that it sounds like it does, of understanding what exactly is coming onto your site. And I believe you said, correct me if I'm wrong, I believe you said it's tested before it comes on site. Did I hear that correctly?
Well, it's my understanding, or through you, Mr. Mayor, it's my understanding that in order to appropriately treat the impacted soils on site, there needs to be a knowledge of what the impacts are. So my understanding is that the soils are tested to know what the contamination is, to even determine if this facility can handle it, and it's only after that is determined that the fill or the impacted material would be brought on site.
Okay, I appreciate that. And then you said treated before discharge. Now, is that the solids or the liquids or both?
So with respect to discharge, I was referring to the liquids that would drain out of the any hydrovac material brought on site. There is a stormwater management pond on site, which stormwater from the entire site is collected within an underground drain system and directed to that stormwater management pond. So even if it's not the water coming off of the hydrovac, it's just rain that fell on a biopile or fell on one of the covered roofs and fell on the ground. We're making sure to control, filter, treat that stormwater so before it leaves site.
Okay, so sorry, through you, Mr. Mayor, before it leaves site. So you've got the pond there that's gonna, I'm not sure how big it's gonna be, but it's gonna fill up, and then once it's to a certain point, then you pump it into trucks and take it off site. Is that how it's gonna work?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, no, Councillor, this would operate similar to the existing stormwater management condition where there is an outfall into the, I believe it's into the swales along Highway 24, or Brent Road. The stormwater management pond would collect and treat any stormwater or any water that drains from hydrovac, ensure it's clean, and then in a controlled manner, release the stormwater management into the swale system.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Councillor Haley.
Through you, I have a few questions. We operate the Langford Schoolhouse, which is right across from a sewage sludge depot, biosolids. So for a whole week, I had complaints from people this spring, about a month or so ago. They found it just nauseating. And so I am thinking about is it am I saying it right? The Parmalat factory in St. George that had the smells? Remember St. George had quite the odors before?
It wasn't Parmalat, it was, what was it called? It was right at the beginning of the industrial park.
Yeah, I know that there were concerns about the odors in St. George, and I know that this, St. George is downwind of you, so I'm just warning everybody about this because it goes quite a ways from the sewage lagoon or sewage site where Wessex is in Langford, so just heads up. I wanted to ask you how many people were notified?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I believe that's probably a better question for staff. We put up the details of the meeting on the notice sign as required, and I believe there was a circulation. The radius is typically 120 meters.
Okay, it's 120 meters, and I drove the area, and I would suspect that you probably have one or none in the notification. I just wanted to, is there a way I could find out how many people were notified? Because people do need to know about this and the smell. So I wanted to ask you, I believe you take in processed sewage sludge, which is what Wessex does, and I believe that's when we had the really bad odors this time, is that the neighbors told me, they seem to know more about the processing than me. It's supposed to be in Hamilton for 18 days before it comes to the site, and I think that's what they're, so I want to know what do you mean by processed sewage sludge?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I'm being told by my client, is messaging me on the phone, there will be no import of sewage sludge on the property. I'm not sure where that term came from. Okay. There is reference in the definition to tertiary biosolids, the type of tertiary biosolids that are to be imported on this site, and this is clarified in the memo from SLR, are dry tertiary biosolids. They are stored in an indoor environment, and they are only used to add nutrients back into treated soil so that it can be used for various purposes.
Okay, I looked it up today and I know what I taught about it, but there was a naming contest for sewage sludge in the States, and the name that won was biosolids. So that happened quite a while ago. So I know too that when they put some of the biosolids on the farm fields near us, if it's the cake is drier, it smells god-awful. So I'm just warning people again about the smell of biosolids and the biosolids. If you all look it up, you can see that it is sewage sludge. There's water nearby. I believe they're Kettle Lakes. I've driven the area and looked at it. I've studied the map. And they're Kettle Lakes, and I hear that you'll collect you'll have the stormwater ponds, and eventually they'll be released. They'll drain from the stormwater ponds. Is that correct? Into the local area? Is that correct?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, there is a proposed stormwater management pond that forms part of the site plan, yes.
Yeah, and so eventually if you have a lot of rain and whatever, it overflows, it'll just overflow. Is that correct?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I'm not a civil engineer. It's my understanding that there is always a safety factor applied in the design of stormwater management facilities. I would respectfully suggest that's a detail better left for the site plan stage or for engineers. But I can say the preliminary design was circulated to all internal county agencies, departments and external agencies, which includes MTO, through which the swale extends, and no concerns were raised.
Okay, I believe there's a hand up there. Maybe Chris can answer the question I had.
Chris, do you want to answer that? Where did you go?
Through you, Mr. Chair, for reference, Chris is my client.
Oh, okay. I think he had his hand up when I was asking.
He does,
him.
but he's muted right now, so we can't hear him.
Okay. Then I believe you said you test for contaminants. So do you test it before it arrives or once it arrives?
Through you, Mr. Chair, as referenced earlier, Green Space needs to have knowledge of what they're importing so they know how to treat it. I do see Chris has his hand up. Maybe I'll defer to him for more details.
Okay, maybe Chris could answer my question.
Thank you, Adam. Sorry about that, everyone. I was muted. But through you, Mr. Mayor, just to go back, the stormwater management facility will be designed to the specifications as any other public stormwater management facility, and that includes a 50 to 100-year storm capacity. So when material and water gets brought into and directed to this facility, if it rains, it would have to be a larger than 100-year storm capacity for it to overflow without going through our treatment train. Our treatment train is incredibly vast and put together, and a lot of the material, a lot of the water that's going to be held in on the site will be recycled through to our own site facilities. So discharge into the city or county swale system is going to be fairly inoften. And then I believe your second question there, through the 40619 regulation, which regulates all environmental soil movement in Ontario, material is required to be tested before movement. All material generated from any project in the province.
Okay.
So when we look to bring in material, it is tested by what are called qualified people. So they're environmental engineers who do the testing to the chemical breakdown of whatever material they're moving, the chemical and geotechnical. And we would bring that material, if impacted to a certain level, we would bring it in to treat it for recycling purposes.
Okay,
And
thank you.
yeah.
Thank you for that. So just to be clear, the testing is done before it arrives, or the testing is done for contaminants when you receive it?
The testing is done before the material arrives, so we know what's coming in. Then the testing is done again by our QPs prior to treatment. So we have a very good knowledge of what is in the material. And then after treatment, the material will be tested again.
Okay, I have another question. The ECA, you don't have that yet. You'll be getting that, the ECA?
That is in progress.
Okay, and when do you hope to have that? If this is approved, then you go for the ECA? Is that the process?
Through you, Mr. Chair, one of the requirements of the ECA process is that the land use be permitted. So this is sort of I don't want to call it a precursor, but it is one of the preliminary steps. We have had our preliminary consultations with the various ministry departments similar to a pre-application process we would have with the county. We've had those meetings with ministry staff, so we have a good understanding of what they would be looking for and what they would require to support an ECA.
Okay, and final question, you referred to fugitive emissions, and that's what we get in Langford. We get the fugitive emissions from it. So I'm just, one more time, warning St. George, you're downwind.
Thank you. Timco was the name of the company in St. George that drove poor Councillor Wheat crazy. Yeah. Who was next? Councillor McAlpine and Councillor Chambers.
I'm just wondering about dust management and these dry piles of dirt.
That would also be a matter of the ECA. Similar to odors, we would have to control any form of air quality impact on site to, at best, hopefully ensure it doesn't leave site. There would be limited use of water to ensure that dust is kept down.
Councillor Chambers?
Thank you. And you may wish to comment on what I'm going to say. I'm going to form it in the phrase of I'm going to phrase it in the form of a comment and ask you to comment on my comment. You've provided a definition for a soil processing and remediation site facility, which you have stipulated that it operates under an environmental compliance approval, which means that the zoning approval is contingent upon you operating under an ECA, an environmental compliance approval, which, if I understand it correctly, is sort of kind of like a license that is renewed annually. And if you do not meet the parameters of the license, you will not have the approval, which means you will not be able to operate and be in violation of the zoning. Am I on the right wavelength there?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I guess I'll answer that in two parts. The first part being, yes, it was intentional to include reference to the ECA within the zoning definition. We wanted to be, we did not want it to be sort of open-ended or broad in terms of what we were trying to permit here. With respect to the ECA, it does form a regulation or an instrument of the province, which they can use for enforcement of activities on the site. I'm not quite sure, and maybe Chris could advise if it needs to be reviewed on a yearly basis, but I do know that there would be, I believe there's regular inspections and things of that nature.
So if you fail to pass an inspection, they can revoke the approval, and that would make you in violation of the zoning, which would mean that you would have to basically stop your processing. If I understand how that works, which I think is a check and balance for the area and the municipality to ensure that you're doing what you're supposed to be doing, as opposed to having a zoning approval that has no stipulation that you have to have an ECA, is what I'm getting at. So it's a check and balance in favor of the municipality. And you've provided that as a definition in the approval process.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Broadly speaking, yes. Again, I cannot confirm the frequency of renewal of the ECA. Chris, if you could unmute, maybe you could confirm that.
And
yeah, they're I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor, there are frequent annual check-ins from the MECP. It's not a formal renewal, but as you mentioned, if we weren't running the facility in alignment with our ECA application, the ministry would revoke our ECA. That could happen, but we have frequent check-ins, and there would be MECP bylaw officers on our site. I mean, we see them as often as monthly. So it's very well documented, the activities that happen on a public facility like this.
And as part of the file on the application, I'm wondering if you could perhaps provide the rigor with which you have to adhere to obtain an environmental compliance approval for an operation such as this, just so that people can have that as information, because I would think it would be very rigorous, and it would be nice for people to recognize that it's not the municipality that is requiring this, and it's the province of Ontario, and they have the jurisdiction to either revoke or approve or that kind of thing. So any complaints on various things would be going to the province rather than the municipality.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that's correct. We provided a second memo letter from SLR, which sort of indicated the background, sort of what's prompting this application, why these facilities are very much needed, in particular, starting as of January 1st, 2027. And it does include some description of the ECA process, which this site might need up to 3 separate ECAs. Each would undergo a detailed technical review by multiple branches of MECP, which would need sign off on from various departments considering separate matters, and that includes groundwater, surface water, air quality, and public health. So there's a very, as you mentioned, very rigorous process, and again, once approved, that forms an instrument or a regulation that the province will seek to ensure that green space is compliant with. And again, as you referenced, if hopefully it does not happen, but if for some reason they are found to not be in compliance, not only would the ECA be potentially revoked, but as you mentioned, we would then no longer comply with our zoning.
Any more questions? Councillor Haley?
I just heard you say, are you operating now? Sorry, through you, Mr. Mayor. Are you operating somewhere else right now?
I think the subject site right now, through you, Mr. Mayor, is operating just as a contractor's yard by Greenspace. They have not started this type of operation on the site. It's not permitted. But Chris, I believe maybe you can clarify if you have similar operations elsewhere in the province.
We through you, Mr. Mayor, we do not have a facility operating to this capacity anywhere else in the province, but we do work very closely with other receiving sites that are structured the same as this.
Just as a follow-up, could you help me out? Where are they? Can you name those sites?
I can't name those sites just due to NDAs that have been put in place, but there's a facility in Vaughan, and there is a facility in Quebec that we work very closely with.
Sorry, I'm just trying to understand. You can't name the site? Is it confidential?
Unfortunately, I can't name the site at this time. It's confidential.
So I just wanted to finish off with some headlines here. This is from Sarnia. Strong odors are a problem for Sarnia residents. Wessex warned to get results on odor issue. So just for the rest of council, just search Sarnia on these odors. They have a bigger population than Langford does. And I believe, yeah, just follow up on that. Okay.
Councillor McAlpine?
Just following up on that, just for clarity, my understanding is Wessex deals with sewage sludge directly from septic tanks and the like, and it's liquid. And my understanding that you will not be handling that, and I understand that was probably where most of the odors come from in regards to the Wessex deal location.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I see Chris has his hand up, so maybe I'll let him answer.
Chris?
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor, that's correct. Wessex takes in bio waste material, not what we are looking to have as a fertilizer base for remediating soils. Wessex takes material directly from sewage producing plants or cities that don't have lagoon systems. Wessex takes in that bio sludge. We will not be importing raw material, which is what that reference is what that material is referenced as. That's a raw product. We are bringing in the tertiary biosolids, not bio waste. There's a few different definitions and categorizations in the industry. So bio waste is very different than a biosolid. So that, again, just to refer back, the smell is very minimal with the material that we're bringing in. It is a very basic fertilizing unit, not a byproduct or not a raw product.
I believe there was a reference in your material, though, in your presentation or your material, you spoke about biosolids last presentation. Biosolid is sewage sludge.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, Madam Councillor, I've clarified that several times. We are importing dry tertiary biosolids. And as Chris just mentioned, it is not a raw product. It is not a bio waste. It is a dry tertiary biosolid with minimal odor, strictly for the purposes of fertilizer enhancement and to add nutrients back into remediated soil. I understand odor is a concern. We are doing everything we can to address odor concerns and mitigate at source. The zoning at this point is merely looking at the functionality of the use. I believe many of the details that you are seeking with respect to odor mitigation our site plan or ECA level details, which unfortunately we do not have at the present time.
Thank you, and therefore, because you don't have it, I can't approve it. I won't vote to support it.
Councillor Coleman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I wish somebody would, I wish the counselor next to me would quit referring to companies that is not on trial here. Westic is not part of this hearing. I've had enough of this.
Okay. Any other comments before we call the vote? There's a recommendation in front of us to approve. We'll call the vote to approve. All those in favor to approve? Against? Councillor Haley. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council. Have a good evening.
Thank you. Okay, it takes us to 10.5, which is 581 Paris Road. And Lauren, you have this too. You're a busy girl tonight.
Thank you. I will be presenting zoning bylaw amendment application ZBA 1425 LG, submitted by J.H. Cahoon Engineering Limited, agent, and the Angersh Group, applicant, on behalf of BCT Solutions, owners of land located at 581 Paris Road. Staff are recommending approval of this application. The subject lands are located on the south side of Paris Road, southeast of Dundas Street East, and northwest of Oak Park Road within the settlement area boundary of Paris. The subject lands have a frontage of 167.63 meters along Paris Road and an approximate area of 4.98 hectares. The subject lands contain a single detached dwelling and shed, which are proposed to be removed in order to facilitate future industrial development. The lands are currently serviced by septic and well. The surrounding land uses consist of agricultural uses to the north and southwest, residential to the east and west, and industrial to the southeast. The subject lands are designated as general employment and natural heritage and zoned as agriculture within the zoning bylaw 6116. Zoning bylaw amendment application ZBA 1425 LG proposes to rezone the subject lands from agriculture to light industrial, natural heritage vegetation protection zone, and natural heritage in order to bring the subject lands into conformity with the general employment official plan designation and to permit future industrial development. The concept plan has been revised to identify the area proposed to be rezoned to light industrial. Areas of existing woodland and vegetation have been identified, and surrounding areas will be utilized for restoration and enhancement to the existing woodlands. A 10-meter buffer is proposed to be rezoned to natural heritage vegetation protection zone to ensure the long-term protection of the natural heritage features. Following the March 10th, 2026 statutory public information meeting, the applicants have revised their proposal. They're no longer seeking to permit an impounding yard, home improvement center, nursery and garden center, medical office, school, commercial, or transport truck terminal, in addition to the uses currently permitted within the light industrial zone. They're now looking to only permit the uses which are currently permitted within the M2 zone. A list of the currently permitted uses are included within the table. Key considerations include land use compatibility. No specific use is currently being proposed. At the time of a future site plan control application, an updated land use compatibility assessment will be required. The findings of the report, including mitigation measures, would then be implemented through the site plan control process. Notice of this application was posted on the property on June 22nd and mailed to all property owners within 120 meters of the subject lands on June 24th. Public comments received as part of the public statutory information meeting and ahead of the recommendation meeting have been included as part of the agenda package for council's review. For the reasons outlined in the staff report, it is my professional recommendation that zoning bylaw amendment application ZBA 1425 LG be approved. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. I need to say that this is a public meeting and it's now open. And then I need a counselor to get it on the floor for me, Councillor Coleman and Councillor Pierce. And we're going to call on Bob Phillips and Rashika to come up. Or I think Bob's online. Rashika's here.
I'm online, but I think Rashika will speak
to the application. I'm here to answer questions.
Thank you. She's here now.
Good evening, Mayor and members of Council. My name is Ruchika Angrish. I'm the planner representing the landowner for the zoning bylaw amendment application in front of you. So just a little bit of a background. Lauren has provided great information about what we are proposing today, but just to touch base on a few things here. So we started this application way back last year where a heavy industrial zone category M3 with site-specific uses were originally proposed with the application. So receiving staff comments, we scaled it back to a light industrial with specific provisions that was presented to the committee or council in March of this year. We have been working with staff extensively and reviewed comments from council members as well as from public. Received several comments from the circulation of the technical studies. And we have further refined the application as Lauren has just identified. It's simply proposing a light industrial M2 zone category. No truck terminal or offensive heavy industrial uses are being proposed, given the comments that we have received so far. There were significant comments related to environmental impact study that we had received from county's peer reviewer, policy planning, Six Nations, as well as the Mississaugas of Credit First Nations. We have since prepared or revised the EIS twice. Just a few weeks ago, with the revised submission, we provided additional set of comments, responses to the comments that we have received. There are several matters that will be addressed at the site plan control, which is the next step before the development comes online. The National Heritage Protection Zone, which provides that certainty that the back, almost half of the property is being protected and the trees that woodlot will be protected. There is a 10-meter buffer zone that is also included so that the development does not impede into the woodland boundary. There are several recommendations in the environmental impact assessment that again will be implemented through the site plan control, which is the next detailed design process. As part of this application, we have completed several studies, including an overview of a land use compatibility, archaeology, parking loading analysis, transportation impact study, landscaping plan, environmental impact, and planning justification report in support of this application. Once the rezoning is approved, the detailed design will include further analysis on the proposed specific use that will go on site, whether there's noise, vibration, further details on buffering. Those will be recommendations that will come out of the detailed design as part of the next step. Once we go through another pre-consultation with the specific user on the site, that's when staff will identify additional information that will be required again before the development comes online. So with that, I am happy to answer any questions council members have.
Okay. Before we go back to council, is there anyone in the room that wants to speak to or against this application? Come on up. And just your name.
I'm old and cranky.
Okay.
My name's Dave Kerr. I'm at 571 Paris Road.
Thank you.
We abut right next door to this proposal. This is a kind of a change as to, it was to be a truck yard, and from what I understand, there was already negotiations with a card lock company for fuel and all the other wonderful stuff. But there is there's the property itself, and I guess my reason for speaking, I mean, it's wonderful that they're, the truck yard's off the table tonight, but they want approval, and then they're gonna tell you what they put on it. I think they should tell us what they're gonna put on it, and then they can get the approval. Because I think there's gonna be some people that are gonna be a little upset, is all of a sudden there's just, they get it, that you guys say, yep, it's approved. You don't know what they wanna put on it, then they just show up with an amendment and go, hey, we just wanted to do a truck yard. So I don't think that's the way it should work. That's kind of in reverse of the process itself. I mean, there's the property itself and where we're located, we're in the natural heritage vegetation side. Basically, I mean, I can see the eagles nesting in the trees out back, you know, we get the deer coming through, there's all kinds of stuff. They say they talk to the friends at First Nations. I don't know whether that's true or not, but we'll find out. But I'm just so frustrated with all this stuff, because I mean, there's enough development along that area, so why do they need to do it there? You have a truck yard already out on Sharp Road, make it bigger, you know? Or go on to Oak Park Road. That would be more appropriate for that kind of a development. You know, like I'm not adverse to a development, but there's so much traffic on that road right now. We don't need additional trucks. We don't need them degrading our roads. We don't need a slow-moving vehicle turning left into the parking lot and blocking my driveway while we're trying to get out. Or, I mean, there's absolutely nobody that drives the speed limit along that stretch. They're all doing 100, 120, 130. Motorcycles are racing each other up and down the road. Like, it's just insane. And and I can see it right from my front porch. I can watch all these people doing that stuff, and it's nuts. So, I mean, I think, you know, I mean, if they want to do something, awesome. You know, maybe make it a petting zoo or walking trails or something that takes advantage of the natural habitat that's on there, because there is quite a bit. There's a lot of area in there that's, you know, just not serviceable and not usable to be building on. So I think that's my points, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Okay. Is there anyone else in the room that wants to come up and speak to or against? Yep, come on up. Just your name and your address, please, for the clerk.
Victoria Neal, 591 Paris Road. So I'm literally the third house from this property that we're in conversation about. And we all agree that growth has to happen, things change, but we all really love where we live regardless of the impact of the amount of traffic that is going up and down Paris Road. You know, we've all gone through all the construction over the past few months and had to deal with numerous almost head-on collisions. There have been a couple of accidents there. The OPP has been constantly barraged with phone calls about all the problems. What the heck is going to happen when we have to expand it for a turning lane of trucks going into that property? We've already seen the gravel trucks pull up on the side of the road, drivers get out, switch drivers, get back in, and away the truck goes. You know, we've watched all kinds of things happening with the property, and now they're proposing to tear down the residence. Well, what about the residents that already live there? What about those of us that have invested in our homes? What about, do we count at all? Do any of us taxpayers really count to the County of Brant? Do any of you guys sitting here that don't live on that road? Do any of us matter to you, or is it the almighty dollar in the county's pocket? Because if these guys, you know, once you get your zoning approved, it's really easy to then apply for an amendment, which is exactly what they're doing. It's the way to slip under and do it, okay? And that's what happens. So now what's going to happen? Are you going to let transport trucks go in there? Is there going to be a card lock system like Dave just mentioned? Is that what's going to happen? Are we going to have diesel fuel pouring down to our houses right next door, or beside that, or beside that? Like, is that what we have to live with now? Are you guys just pushing us out of our homes? Is that what you're doing? Because we can't have our enjoyment, which we're entitled to as residents of County of Brant, as well as residents of Ontario and residents of Canada, and we all pay taxes. Do we not matter at all? Do our comments not matter? Do our concerns not matter?
Like, I'm looking at every single one of you guys. Not one of you live there. Not one of you. I had to shut my business down because Paris Road got so busy because we owned the Hosta House. And I was so worried about the seniors parking on the opposite side of the road to come in to get plants. And we would sell over 4,000 plants a year. And we had to shut that business down because of the traffic on Paris Road and the speed and the lack of concern by the county. And I'm sorry, but it's the truth, and I do speak the truth. So I'm just gonna say something, okay? Because I'm just waiting for this amendment that none of us know or are at liberty to know exactly what their plans are, because you have to pass the amendment first to change the zoning. Don't you think that's backwards? Don't you think we should know first? Don't you think we have a right? You guys have increased my taxes in 10 years over $2,000. Do you not think I have a right to know? Do you not think my neighbor whose family has been there for over 100 years has a right to know? Or the other neighbor who's been renovating his house and putting money into fixing up his house? Do you not think we all have a right to know before it's passed? Is that not respect for us? Because I'm not seeing it. I'm not seeing it. I see a counselor hugging the applicant, which is great if you know somebody. David's my cousin. Okay? But business is business, personal is personal. And David and I have not discussed this, trust me, because he wouldn't like me. So all I'm saying to you is I am asking every single one of you to put yourselves in our place, where we've built our homes, we've renovated, we've done things, we don't want to move, but you're literally pushing us out. Joe, who lives, what number is Joe, 35? He didn't even stay for this meeting. He didn't even stay. And he owns the 35 acres behind us. I'm asking every one of you to please think about us and our families, our pets, our enjoyment, and look very seriously before you approve this amendment or have another meeting letting us know exactly what this amendment entails. I can give you a whole list of what happens with diesel fuel. My husband's a truck driver. Debbie's partner is a truck driver. They know all about diesel fuel, card lock systems, the health concerns, the air quality, all the things that change, especially when you're in direct contact with it, which we are. All I'm asking is you to give some very serious consideration to how you would feel if it was your house and your livelihood. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't think there's anyone left in the room to speak. Oh, there is, sorry. You want to come up and give us, yeah? Give us your name and your address, please, for the clerk.
Hi, Debbie Prince, representing the Purvis family that owns 585 and 587 Paris Road, side-by-side properties. We abut the 581 property in question here. I'm going to keep this really short. I think I kind of, at the last meeting when I was here, I gave a history on my family's time on the property. My dad always said, you know, this is going to happen, and we've been anticipating it. And I think the way I left it at the last meeting was that we were coming through at a point of acceptance. This is coming. We know it's coming. We just ask to be respected, right? We've been very good neighbors. We've been very good stewards of the land. But I have to say, I came here tonight for this approval expecting to know what is happening directly beside me. You've had 2 months. This is not good faith. And like the neighbor said, we deserve better than this. I'm not saying I'm going to oppose what's going there. What's going to go there is going to go there, whether we are opposed or not. It's the fact that they're looking for council, elected council, who represent us, to approve something when they're not telling us what it is that they have in mind to put there. I don't know about you, but I don't know how you would feel about that when we're talking about zoning change from agriculture to industrial. So I left the last meeting feeling pretty good, but now I'm kind of mad. And I don't get mad very often. This is not good faith. This is not the respect that we asked for. I would like to know whatever it is that they're putting there. I have it on good authority. It has something to do with McDougall Energy, because this is the information age. If you know the people, the right people, you can find out information. And I've known since before the last meeting, McDougall Energy was somehow involved in this deal. So I didn't say anything because I want to give everybody the opportunity to be open and transparent. So I'm very disappointed in this presentation tonight. I expected to hear what was happening, and I would walk away satisfied knowing transparency and respect, you know. So now I'm going to be living beside who knows what. Is it okay for me to ask for some kind of barrier to be put up now? Because I don't know what's going to go there. A noise barrier? Odor barrier? I don't know. I'm really disappointed. I thought my presentation at the last meeting was very, very contrite and very honest and very accepting. And this is not good faith. This is just allowing an opportunity for them to put in whatever they want, because once they get your stamp of approval, that is exactly what they can do, and that is not good government. And I work for the government, just the federal kind. Not good government. So I think everybody in Paris and everybody on council and everybody who has an interest in this community has a right to know exactly what is proposed and exactly what is going to be the final product on that property. So I was not opposed before, I was accepting. Right now I am opposed until I can at least hear the truth and the exact purpose of that property, because it butts right up against mine. And my family, it goes back generations, and we've been there forever. And all I'm asking is for transparency. So I'm asking that it be opposed until there is a clear plan of what exactly is going to go there. Again, no opposition for me. I just want to know. I think we deserve the respect of that because, you know, kind of like Councillor Howes mentioned before about being isolated. The more you prop up these industrial places amongst residential places, you are isolating us. That property, 581, 585, 587, all the way down, that's been our playground and our home for all these years. When you start dropping these places in, it does break it up. It does. I do feel more isolated now. I don't know. This is not what I expected. I expected to have a very, very kind, you know, accepting speech tonight because I thought this was going to be different. And so I'm a little bit kind of off right now because I wasn't expecting this. All I can ask is that you take my thoughts into consideration, and I thank you for putting in all these long hours, as I'm sure you all worked all day today already before here, as I did. So thank you for your time. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Is there anyone left that wants to speak to this application? I'll ask for the second time, is there anyone else that wants to speak to this application? You do go on left. Third time, does anyone want to speak to this application? Seeing no one, we'll call this part of the meeting closed, and I'll return it back to council for comment. Councilor Pierce.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor, through you. So just for clarification here, this is to go from agricultural to M2 light industrial, correct? And it was also noted that the proposal has been revised, and they're no longer seeking, as it said, an impounding yard, home improvement center, nursery, garden center, medical office, school, commercial, or transport truck terminal. That's also correct, right?
Yep.
So if in fact this is approved tonight, there is a list of exactly what can go in an M2 zoning, correct?
Yes.
That being said, if in fact we do approve this tonight for the M2 zoning, there is no possibility of going back, and I shouldn't say there's no possibility. What would need to be done in order for, once this is if this is approved as M2, to reverse everything to allow a truck terminal, which is not allowed in M2? Is that possible?
Rashika?
Through you, Mayor. So we would need to apply for another amendment to the zoning bylaw if any of the uses that are listed in M2 are not proposed.
Right, so that would have to go through the whole process again, correct?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Councillor Oakley was next.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, Councillor Pierce took one of my questions. I have a couple of other. In terms of the comments in regards to, like we're not seeing a site plan this evening. Councillor Miller's talked about it often over the course of this term. Previously, we've been able to see site plans in past terms of council. The province has taken away that tool. In terms of our upcoming CPPS, would that brings back in the ability for us to have interaction with the site plan part of the process
Jeremy?
for new applications?
Through the mayor to Councillor Oakley, under the CPPS, if they meet zoning, just like today, if somebody meets zoning, site plan is a staff level only.
Okay. Yeah. But to the point there as well, and to the member of public, in terms of not knowing exactly what's happening out of this is a result of the province dictating that it's no longer at our level to determine. It's mandated down to staff by default. We as council cannot mandate that the applicant come forward with a specific use case. That is correct?
Yes, that's correct, essentially, yeah.
Thank you.
Councillor House.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I'm trying to choose my words carefully a little bit, and I think Councillor Oakley's last question and Jeremy's response may answer part of this, but I wanted to offer a little bit of comment in response to the some of the members of the public that spoke tonight, especially the Purvis family. What we've seen in some instances, not necessarily this case, but in some instances like this, is that once the zoning amendment is achieved, the property in the future changes hands, and that's part of the reason why nobody in the moment can say, here's what this is going to be. Now, that's not necessarily the case here, but I'm wondering if, Rashika, if you can you tell us, are you able to give us any information on why the applicant can't be specific?
Great question. They wanted specifically a truck terminal. That's how we started the application about a year and a half ago or so, which again, we heard a lot. We have removed it now. Oh, I'm sorry. I did not realize I was not speaking. Sorry, do you want me to start all over again? Okay. So the applicant specifically, or the owner specifically, wanted a truck terminal at this property. That's why they purchased it, and that's how the original application was proposed. However, that is not the case. So now, given all the feedback that we have received, and now we have amended the application to remove specifically the truck terminal operations, they need to look back at that list. They are aware of what the uses will be permitted under M2 zone category, and then either look for a user based on the zoning that is permitted, and then come for a detailed site plan control. So right now, we don't know what that future user will be, but it will definitely be from that M2 zone category.
Councillor House?
Thank you. Thanks, Ruchika, and through the mayor. So just to be clear, your client will have a tenant in the future for the property, probably, and their use of the property, it's completely undetermined because we don't know who the tenant's going to be, but we do know it's from the list.
Through the mayor, that's correct.
Thank you.
Councillor Chambers?
Just through you to Rashika, there's two ways that are being approached here. One is to zone it and then deal with the details at the site plan process. That is what you're requesting through this application tonight.
Through the mayor, yes, that is correct.
The other way of doing it is to have a use in mind and then make application for a zoning change to allow that use. That's another way to do it.
Through the mayor, that is correct.
And that is what the residents are suggesting they would like to know, or at least they're thinking that council should know what is being proposed in order to vote on it to protect them. So my question is, would your client be willing to forego the application until such time as they have a use in mind and then make application to approve or not approve that particular use?
Through the mayor, it is difficult to reach out to clients when you don't know what that list allows. And given county is going through several processes at this time, we would like to have the zoning in place so that then we can go to a client and look at specific uses within that range of uses that are permitted under the light industrial zone category. So this application proposes that with the agricultural zone category, we cannot even apply for site plan control and then come to council with a specific zone category. So we need to establish the land use in accordance with the provincial policies, the county's official plan, before moving on to that next step.
And if I could just add something, and you may wish to comment on it, in terms of compatibility with the existing uses of the neighboring properties, which are residential, would that not, if the application is refused, then the basis for that would be on compatibility. So if you can address the compatibility with a use in mind, that allows the approval process to be a little bit more specific in terms of protection of the neighbors for what they may feel is an adverse use.
Through the mayor, again, land use compatibility is an exercise that is a requirement under ministry's land use compatibility guidelines, which is a D6 guideline. Regardless, even if the zoning of industrial category is in place at the time of site plan control, we are required based on that specific particular user to provide those specific buffers, specific studies such as noise, odor, dependent on, again, what the particular use is, to complete those assessments to create the buffers from the existing residential. Because the industrial use is not existing, they need to provide those compatibility matters to protect the existing residential. So again, that is the next step that it will happen regardless. So the zoning bylaw will implement the official plan, and the site plan will then look into all the technical details about setbacks, about fencing, about noise barriers, if those matters are required based on the technical studies.
Councillor House.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, this question is for Lauren. Lauren, the land is zoned agricultural but designated employment. And can you clarify if that employment designation is new since the new official plan, the recent official plan, or was it designated employment land prior to that?
Through the mayor, it was general employment within the current 2023 official plan. I will just confirm, 1 second. Through the mayor, yes. So with the 2012 official plan, the subject lands were also designated as general employment. So that has not changed.
Okay, thank you. So just to clarify, the designation of the land has been employment for 14 years. Okay, thank you.
Councillor Oakley,
Through Mr. Mayor, are we doing comments now or just questions still?
comments?
Okay. So I'm speaking, ultimately, I'm going to support this application, and I owe explanation to my constituents as to why. So I think it was important, what the applicant just stated earlier on. They bought this property with the intent of turning it into a trucking yard. Started with M3, worked their way down to an M2 with special exemptions, and then through a lot of hard work from the community advocating, from staff and working with the applicant, that's now off the table. And I think it is genuinely a huge improvement to take that off the table. And my concern is in further opposing the application, asking it to go back until they can come back to us, which they have no obligation to do. Ultimately, what that will result in is going to the LT, we will lose, and there will be a trucking yard. I think this is the time to accept that we have made significant ground as a community here in mitigating what was going to be very disruptive to the community. And along with what Councillor House said as well, I'm fairly certain this has been designated employment longer than I've been alive. Unfortunately, it's a reality as they have every right to be able to apply and move things into an industrial context because we've designated employment some 30-odd years ago. So with that in mind, I will be voting to support it. I just wanted my constituents to know that they have been heard and through this process have made meaningful change in what is before us.
Councillor Haley.
Yes, and I don't know, I hear you, Victoria, through you, Mr. Mayor, I hear you, and it has been designated for quite a while, but I guess I'm just looking at, this is an old rural community, and it's just too bad that the neighbor can't, or is that a new neighbor? Is it a new neighbor now that's next to, because it's just too bad that the neighbor can't share because these people feel in the dark. And it's just too bad. You need a bit more neighborliness there to let them know what's coming or what their intentions are. So I feel for Victoria and her neighbors.
Any other comments? Just to follow up with what Councillor Chambers said, if there's two ways of getting through this, to either approve this or not approve this, but they would come back and let people know what they're doing. I think it's pretty rotten that they don't know what they're doing. I mean, they don't know what's going to be beside them. And that's uneasy. It's hard to move forward when you don't know what's going to be beside you. If we tell them, or it comes back with what they propose to put there, then at least they'll have some time to sell their house if they don't want that, or at least know what's going to be next door. I don't know why, if there's two ways of doing this, one exposing what it's going to be, because I don't know what it's going to be. I certainly don't want you people to think I do, because I don't. None of us do. But I think if there's another process to do it the way we can do it, to let them know. To not approve this tonight doesn't really change anything, as far as I'm concerned. They still have to come back to us. Councillor Chambers.
And continuing along that same vein, there is a factor that when the applicant is perhaps trying to sell the land and wants the zoning in place to facilitate the sale, there is the strength of the fact that the land is designated in employment. So that's perhaps a factor that can be used to I suppose, enhance the value of the property in terms of an applicant wanting to sell it to someone who wants to do something about it. So the fact that it is designated would assist in a further application or subsequent application with a specific use in mind. So there is that factor that's works in the favor of the applicant to do the application with a project in mind. So that's, I suppose what I'm saying is that I don't support the application. I'm hoping that the applicant will apply with a use in mind so that the neighborhood knows what's coming and that the council can adjudicate accordingly. So that's my position at this point, keeping in mind that there is a risk, and there always is a risk, that the applicant will appeal to the OLT, and an appeal to the OLT to change a zoning when the property is designated for that change is, it's very, very difficult to overcome that appeal. So that's the risk you take, that if we don't approve it, two things can happen. The applicant can appeal to the OLT to have it happen, or the applicant can rethink and apply with a purpose in mind. So weighing the two, I'm hoping for one. I'm thinking perhaps the other will happen, but hopefully it won't. So those are the risks that you take.
Councillor Pierce.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. So, and don't get me wrong, I appreciate where the neighbors are coming from, but the developer, the owner of the land, could potentially have any one of these options in an M2 put into that spot. So I think it's a tough position. Absolutely, it's a tough position for the neighbors not knowing what's there, and I appreciate that. But it's also a tough position if we look at it on the other hand for the person that owns the land. Like hypothetically, let's say that he comes back and says, okay, we're going to have an auto body shop there, and then he can't find somebody that wants an auto body shop, but a veterinary clinic all of a sudden goes in, or an office, or a hotel. Like any one of those are options within the M2. So I'm struggling here, and again, I appreciate, you know, it's not good not knowing what's there, but I look at all the, look at, for example, all the Rest Acres Road and all the plazas and everything that's being built. People are asking, well, what's going in there? We have no idea. We know what types of things can go in there, but we don't know specifically which one of these in the M2 options are going to be chosen. So I can see both sides of the story. I can see from the neighbor side, but I can also see from the person that owns the land that wants this zoning. It could potentially be any one of these. And I honestly think we got a huge win with them taking that truck terminal off of there, because I don't think anybody wanted that other than the person that bought the property. Neighbors, council, I don't think anybody wanted that. But we've got to be careful here, because again, to Councillor Chambers' point here, this could very easily go to OLT, all of a sudden we lose, and then there's a truck terminal there which nobody wanted. So we've got to be careful here.
Any other comments? Councillor Miller?
No, I'm going to support the recommendation, because a bird in the hand is worth two in the bush. So I think the risks of not supporting it are too great.
I thought you said you burnt your hand. Take away his lighter. There you go. Sorry about that. Any other comments? Okay, so we have a recommendation in front of us to approve. All those in favor? Opposed? It's approved. Thank you. Number 11 on the agenda is committee reports. We don't have any staff reports. We don't have any communications. We have 113.1. Does everyone have this in their package? Can I get a motion to Councillor Oakley, Councillor Coleman, all those in favor to receive? Opposed? Resolutions, we have none, no other business. Does anyone have any other business? No. There's nothing to go in camera for. We now have the bylaws, Councillor McAlpine. There's two bylaws that have been pulled, 1 and 3, I believe. Is that right?
Through your worship, we're pulling bylaws 90-26 and 92-26 based on tonight's decisions.
So 1 and 3, I think.
Yeah.
Number 1 and 3, we're not going to do. Councillor McAlpine.
Moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Chambers that bylaw 91-26, 93-26, 94-26, and 95-26 be read a first time.
Councillor Haley?
I can't vote on them, sorry, through you, I can't vote on them in a chunk. I need to vote on them separately because, or are we putting it all together?
Yeah, we either vote to receive the bylaws. Do you want to pull one out and have it separate?
Yeah, so which ones are we pulling out right now?
Through your worship, we're only voting on 91-26, 93-26, and 94-26, and 95-26 because 90-26 and 92-26 have been pulled based on the decisions from earlier tonight.
Okay, the first one that's been pulled is 90-26 and the second one is?
92-26.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. So we're going to call the vote for the first reading of the bylaws. All those in favor? And we're going to go, do it again, Councillor McAlpine?
Okay, moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Chambers that bylaws 91-26, 93-26, 94-26, 95-26 be read a second time and all preambles and clauses be adopted.
Is there any questions for the second reading of the bylaws? Councillor Chambers?
With regard to bylaw 6116, which is the bylaw associated with the 249 Brant Road, which contains the definition of the soil processing and remediation site facility. I'm wondering if a red line revision couldn't occur that would say that add the word dry to including dry tertiary biosolids, which was what they agreed to, but that's not in the definition. So to clarify and to perhaps revise it, I don't think that would be a...
Yeah, and it was brought up 3 times, I think. So it's important that the verbiage there is important to the applicant.
It does not affect the intent of the bylaw, just a definition.
Yeah, any other questions?
Does he need a seconder?
Yeah, I guess so. Councillor Pierce will be the seconder on the. I don't think it needs it though, does it? No, it doesn't need it. Yeah, so we're going to vote on the second reading of the bylaws as amended or as revised. Opposed? Carried. Want to do it for the third and final time, Councillor McAlpine?
Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Chambers, that bylaws number 91-26, 93-26, 94-26, 95-26 be read a third time, passed, signed, and executed.
Call the vote on the third reading of the bylaws. Opposed? Carried. Okay, which takes us to number 18 on the agenda, which is the adjournment. Before we adjourn, the next meeting is going to be July the 21st at 9 o'clock. Council Chambers for Administration and Operations Committee. And is there anything else for the betterment of the County of Brant? Seeing none, who's going to adjourn?